Good afternoon, good evening. Today is Wednesday, June 10th. This is the subcommittee meeting of CISL, Curriculum Instruction and Student Life. Before I ask someone to do the pledge first, I just want to briefly run through, sorry, I'm hearing an echo. Thanks, Kim. I'm going to briefly run through our agenda. We're going to take a look at the minutes from our last meeting on April 29th, review and hopefully approve those. Oh, we're working on it. Mine's not on.
I think it's the TV.
Yeah, it is. Sure, no problem. Thank you for asking. I think he's working on it. Let us know if you need anything, Kim. Yeah, take your time. I see yes. There's no echo anymore, right? No. I think what you did was working, Kim. So I'm going to keep going if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, so as I was saying, we're here today for the CISL subcommittee meeting, Curriculum Instruction and Student Life. It is Wednesday, June 10th. I will officially call us to order at 6:17 p.m. Maybe I'll just go through attendance and I'll ask someone to do the pledge if that's okay. Ms. Catherine Frost?
Here.
Michael Cassidy?
Here.
Nora McQuarrie? Here. Casey Fiore?
Here.
Sadie Brennan?
Here.
Isaac Bosse?
Here.
Victoria De La Cruz?
Here.
Thank you so much. And Henry Weller?
Here.
And then I want to thank Dr. Cushing and Assistant Superintendent Aaron Brown for being here with us as well. We have many members of faculty and staff joining us. If I could take a moment to do the pledge, I would appreciate it. Sadie, would you mind leading us in the pledge? I think I called on you last time. Do you mind doing it again? I can't remember. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sadie. So the first order of business that we have is review and approval of the minutes from August 29th, 2026. Before we discuss those and vote on those, I need to have a motion, or I'll make the motion. And if I could...
Second.
Second, thank you. Catherine. Lindsay. Okay, that's open for discussion. Does anybody have any thoughts or concerns on the minutes from April 29th, 2026? Okay. And Dr. Cushing, we don't have anybody participating remotely, right? Oh, should have asked that first. Okay, great. So with everybody in the room and present, I don't have to do a roll call, and so I'll just ask all in favor of approving the minutes from April 29th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Thank you. That passes 11-0. And then my favorite part is the updates, student life updates from student representatives. Do you guys mind if we go this way this time? Is that okay with you guys? All right, Victoria or Henry, if either of you want to kick off, that would be great.
Okay, hi, good evening everyone, and thank you for letting me be here to represent the 8th grade. And here are some 8th grade updates. So today, band, chorus, and strings had our Grade East Festival, and I'm happy to announce that 8th grade, the entire 8th grade got platinum. So yeah. Very proud of everyone. Everyone did a great job. Thank you. Yeah, and all the other grades did amazing as well. I'm just not sure what they got, but everyone did great and everyone tried their best. And tomorrow is our Six Flags trip for the music department, and I'm really excited, and a lot of my friends are going, and yeah, it's just going to be a great time. And I'd also like to say that I think Monday the 8th grade took a tour of BHS. It was really great. We got to meet some of the high schoolers, and we got to see like where we're gonna be learning, the library, we're gonna have lunch, and it's just like a really good information to know, and I'm glad that we got to tour the high school. And on June 22nd is the 8th grade graduation and dance, and everyone is so hyped up about it, and I'm really excited. And yeah, and is this the last CISL meeting for this year? Okay, so since it's the last CISL meeting, I'd just like to thank Mr. Brennan and everyone here for letting me have the chance to speak and update you on Student Life Matters. So thank you very much, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Victoria. You did a great job, and I really appreciated your updates this year. Thank you. Could I, before Henry goes, for those that don't know what the Great East is, do you mind talking about it for just a minute? And
All right.
Let
So
folks know what that is.
every year, the music department from grades 6 to 8, we go to this competition, and we don't really compete against other schools. We just play 2 or 3 pieces in each grade and each like music division, and we have a judge listen to us play, and then the judge grades us from platinum, gold, silver, and bronze, and they give us a score, and they give us advice on what we could do better and tell us about like our strong points. And yeah, it's just a really good, like, it's really good to hear other voices than like just the same music teachers that we see every day. So it's really good insight, and yeah, I really like the experience.
Thank you. And I know the Six Flag trip and the moving up ceremony and dance is a nice tradition, so that's great. Thank you for that.
No problem.
Henry?
Hi, thank you for having me this evening. I just want to talk about some of the topics. In math, we're making our own equation puzzles, just simple end-of-year stuff. In English, we finished reading the book Night. I think I talked about that last time. It was a pretty short book, so it wasn't too long. We read it a lot, so it was really good. I really liked to read it. The track season just ended. We had our NEC meet, I think, Thursday, about 2 weeks ago around. The boys and girls both placed second overall, and the NEC's meet is like kind of like our Essex County kind of meet. People from around schools neighboring come and we all compete together, and we boys and girls got second overall. And then we had the state meet, which the boys got 16th overall and the girls got 12th overall, which doesn't sound that good, but for a state meet, for us being in Division I, that was very good. I was going to talk about the high school moving up day, but yeah.
She stole it.
Yeah. No, it's fine. Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here. So.
Thank you, Henry. You've done a great job. We really enjoyed having you here. Thank you so much.
Okay, so sort of switching gears. The BHS seniors ended out their senior year this past Sunday, but before that, we had our Reach Fair where all of the seniors who had an internship or did a project during our last quarter of senior year got to present, and members of the community could come, family could come. I know I had my coworkers of the clerk's office come, and it was super amazing to see everyone's projects, see what everyone had been up to for the last month. And the internship itself was a super informative process and really helped, I think, a lot of seniors get more of a footing of where they think they might go leaving BHS and leaving Beverly Public Schools, which was great. We also had Senior Week, which is a week long of just senior activities, getting ready for graduation, that including prom. We had prom at the Willowdale Estate. It was super fun, sort of last hurrah for the seniors before our graduation, which was last Sunday at Herd Stadium. We beat the rain by just about half an hour, so that was really great. Yeah, it was a beautiful day. And since this is the last CISL meeting and probably my last time engaging in a Beverly Public Schools thing for a while, I just wanted to say thank you, and I'll definitely miss Beverly Public Schools. So yeah, enjoy high school. It's very fun. And yeah, I can't believe it's all over, but thank you for having me.
Thank you, Sadie. We appreciate having you.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Isaac, the representative from the junior class. Just going into like the student officers, class 2027 is ending off their year with $3,700 after the expenses of junior prom, which is a little more than we expected, so that's pretty good. We're expecting to do a couple of the fundraisers going into the summer, such as like an ice cream fundraiser or maybe some other like event situation. But we haven't exactly planned them out yet, so keep your eyes on the social media accounts. In other news, the music department banquet was last night, and that came with the announcement of the new officers for band, choir, and strings. All elected members, including myself, are like really excited to make next year's music department like really fun, filled with a bunch of unique events and fundraisers. And then just in general, the school year is coming to the close, so finals are on Tuesday, so we're all getting ready for those. I'm excited to be going into the summer, touring colleges, hanging out with my friends, and entering my senior year, which is like pretty crazy to think that it's already like done. Like it's crazy. And also congrats to the class of 2026 for everyone who got their diplomas last weekend. Thanks for this opportunity too. I've really enjoyed this.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Sadie. I think the three of us were at graduation, and I felt like kind of a fan when you went across the stage. I was like, we know her. You've done a great job, and we really do appreciate you guys spending so much time with us on your Wednesday nights when we know you have a ton of other stuff happening. So I wasn't just saying it when I said this is my favorite part. It's really nice to hear from you guys. So thank you so much.
Lindsay, maybe we can break for a minute.
Yeah, that sounds great.
That way we can shake everybody's
I think that
hands
sounds
and
great. Yep.
they can go
We'll
on
take a
their-
5-minute recess. All right, I'm gonna call us back to order, 6:29. All right, I think next on our update, on our agenda, Ms. Erin Brown is gonna give us a little presentation on the school improvement plan and updates to the school improvement plan.
Yes, before we begin, I just wanted to say a thank you to all of our staff throughout the district. Since we've last met, there were all the staff appreciation days, and just we appreciate all the work that everyone does, from our lunch heroes and our teachers, our paras, our bus drivers, and our bus aides. everyone in the district, our custodial staff, does such a wonderful job, and we just want to recognize them and thank them for all that they do as we wind up the end of the school year. Yep. So now we're going to move on to just the updates on our school improvement plans. So each of the school principals will come up and share just a little bit about updates at this point in the year. Certainly we don't have standardized testing back at this time. We have, certainly different internal measures that we look at based on our goals. And I'm going to go, here we go. And I'll share this. So again, going back to our district goals and our current strategic plan, which will take us through the end of next year, and there'll be strategic planning going on throughout next year. But our three main goals around designing our equity continuum, diversity, belonging, inclusivity, and equity, empowering our educators, and innovative practice. And the district improvement plan leads into the school improvement plans and the teacher education plans each year. So, as I said, we're going to start with Beverly Middle School. If Lisa would come on up. Lisa Oliver is the principal. And I can click through for you. Yeah, you just tell me next.
All right. Thank you for the
Oh, can you hit green? Sorry, thank you.
green. All right. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of the many accomplishments and positive outcomes achieved by both our students and our staff this year. So I appreciate being here and being able to share this information. So tonight I'm going to highlight progress in 3 key goal areas. First, I'm going to discuss our work strengthening high quality instruction, and people have heard me talk about this before through our partnership with TNTP. Second, I'm going to share some updates on our efforts to implement a vertically aligned approach to writing and a focus on student discourse, both written and verbal discourse. And finally, I'd like to report out on our initiatives to foster a stronger sense of belonging for our students. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. So first goal. As I said, this year we partnered with TNTP. This is our 3rd year that we've been able to do that, which has been really wonderful. And we've also this year we've been very lucky to work with colleagues at Beverly High School. And so we've been able to look at strengthening discourse with our grade 8 algebra teachers and our grade 9 algebra teachers, and ensuring that we have that strengthening the discourse and the alignment in both grades 8 and 9. And we looked at 4 key growth areas for Beverly Middle School. Can't see. So I just wanted to highlight that 92% of the 8th and 9th grade teachers are using the Reveal lesson plans, which is our high quality instructional material. 89% of our classrooms show evidence of grade appropriate and engaging tasks. 85% of students regularly explain their thinking or writing, which was really the highest focus that we had this year. And 81% of students are demonstrating growth in the use of academic language. So we really wanted students to be able to think critically and explain their thinking both verbally and in written form. And this was growth from the beginning of the year. This data is collected with TNTP, and it's growth from September all the way to May. Next page, please. Okay. Second goal that I'd like to highlight is empowering educators in high impact teaching strategies. So I'd like to recognize that we began the year collaborating around best practices and establishing consistent norms and routines for accountable talk. So we began with that in September. Throughout the year, regardless of what classrooms that you were going into, you would see students engaged in discussions that provided a strong foundation for students to start to articulate their thoughts and bring that through to writing. It's still a work in progress, but we have most certainly set the foundation for that. Thank you. Here, I would really like to highlight our grade 8 civics teachers. One of them is in the room. Casey Fiore is one of them. Brian Bear Larson is another civics teacher that we have in grade 8, and he brought this Heathmere Center to our attention, to both our curriculum director and myself. They really took the lead on this, bringing in the Heathmore Center to look at, again, to focus on that student discourse. So he created this initiative for both staff and students, and we were able to partner with them and bring in professional learning for teachers, but then also to focus on respectful discourse, dialogue, and civic engagement in our community. And we reinforced the importance of dialogue for building understanding, fostering empathy, and creating positive change. I heard a lot of positivity around this work. Teachers and our curriculum director worked in small groups with students. Again, Casey being one of them, just want to highlight him here in the room. Christina Vanderslice and Brian Bear Larson also were part of that. So excellent work on grade 8. And last but not least, our third goal was to really look at student belonging within the building. So I highlighted a couple of things here that I think are important to note. We have a variety of clubs within the middle school, and student voice is very powerful within our clubs. They are able to identify something that they might want to be involved in, and then they find an adult within the building to facilitate the club. So we have International Friendship Club, we have Chess Club, we have GSA Club, we have probably everything that you can think of is running at Beverly Middle School. Really wanted to highlight our Best Buddies program. That is something that happens at the elementary level, and then it continues on into the middle school, and I believe at the high school as well. Chapin Dwyer is the lead teacher in our Best Buddies program and came to the elementary buildings with us this year and talked to our AIRS program about the Best Buddies program. They just do a phenomenal job and is really inclusive club. Going from right to left, you can see in the middle there, I'm highlighting our arts department, and we had a recent art show, excuse me. The artwork is so amazing. Our student talent within the middle school is beyond any words that I can use to describe. If you can take a look at the slide, the first 2 pictures up at the top, those are drawings that our students have created. They look like photographs. I was amazed when I was walking around, some of the artwork from our middle school students could be put as professional work. It's just really outstanding. The other piece that I wanted to highlight was our music department, including our band, strings, chorus. I'm forgetting one. Band, strings, chorus, and our jazz band. And the thunder was stole a little bit by students, which I think is fabulous. They're highlighting the same things that we're highlighting, but we did have the Great East Musical Festival today, and you heard that we did have a platinum medal, but not only did we have a platinum medal in band for grade 8, we also had a platinum medal in grade 8 for strings and chorus. That's the highest medal that you can get. 95% of students need to be proficient in the work that they're doing, and it's not just the presentation of music, but also the level of music that they're playing. Again, for chorus, strings, and band, grade 7, all registered at a gold medal. And then in grade 6, in strings and chorus, we also had a gold medal, and in band, we have a silver medal. This is unheard of that this would happen, so I really wanted to make sure that we showed that students are highly involved in our arts program here at the middle school. In addition to that, we did have students go to the Jazz Festival, and at the Jazz Festival, our students earned a gold medal, which is equal to a platinum medal at the Great East medal, so it's the highest medal that you can get. And again, that's a proficient rate of 95% or higher. It's the highest achievement possible. Also, we've had a run of 4 golds in 5 years, and this has never happened in almost 45 years since the ensemble has begun. And the first gold was won in 2021. So just, lots to say about our students and having a voice in things that they really want to be involved in, which I think is so important, particularly at the middle school level, where it's an exploratory experience. And just the talent, just really highlighting the talent of both the teachers and the students. Really exceptional. Moving forward, we're going to be continuing with the goals that we had outlined from our present school improvement plan. I did want to highlight that goal 2. We talked about having a consistent writing curriculum, and our director is helping us with that. We really laid the foundational work this year with discourse around academic and verbal discourse, and this is something we're going to continue with so that we ensure that our students' writing is becoming stronger, that we are expressing critical thinking within the writing, and that it's in alignment from grades 5 through 8. So there's still work to be done there, so we're going to continue with that goal. We will also continue with working on the academic discourse. And again, we're a middle school. I think it's critical that we continue to focus on climate and culture with our students. So this also is going to continue throughout the next school year. In addition to this, an area that we're looking at improving upon is really breaking down what MTSS practices are and working in collaboration with our teaching and learning team and moving forward with stronger strategies around MTSS. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Mr. Thomas for the high school.
Evening, folks. Good to see everyone. Strangle myself here. There we go. All right. As far as Beverly High School, just a few notes about celebrations on some accomplishments. For the second consecutive year where we've had an accountability percentile of 48. That's by far the two highest, the last 2 years, the two highest we've had over at least the last 15 years. So we're pleased with that and proud of that. To point that even further within those accountability measures, we've seen continued growth over the last 2 years in both ELA and math MCAS. So those are snapshots from 8th grade MCAS to sophomore MCAS and the growth in between. And so really seeing some good solid growth there. We were also recognized for our reduction in chronic absenteeism, not only on the state accountability, but specifically from DESE as a district. We were noted. So we were able to score the maximum amount of points there, but then again, that was district-wide as well. And then for the second consecutive year, we were recognized for AP Honor Roll, and that's when a school continues to increase their AP offerings in their course catalog. We always talk about our different pathways. We're so proud of those. Both of our After Dark programs with North Shore and Salem, along with our state recognized career pathways. What we're really extremely proud to note is we're going to be launching our first cohort in our early college pathway in the fall. So very excited to get that going. We've done some foundational work with that group this year in their freshman year, and it's been awesome. They're such a fun group and so excited to get going. So as far as our first goal, it was, as Miss Oliver talked about, collaborative work with 8th and 9th grade math. And really what we were able to do with this goal is scale this up across our school. And it really, the core of the goal is to increase verbal and written discourse across all subject areas. So we were able to, like I said, collaborate with grade 8, also work with TNTP as well. We got to kind of piggyback on that, and that was an awesome experience for us. And for those that don't know, TNTP is the new teacher project, and they do a lot of instructional strategy and help you kind of frame that to scale it up across your school. They were awesome to work with. Just going back for one, we use learning walks to really leverage the discourse strategies within, and kind of identify that those were going well. And like I said, we were able to scale those up across the building. Yep. This is really, really small. I apologize for that. I'll walk you through. Top left, that talks about so the two bar graphs on the left talk about teacher feedback we got from exit tickets as we work through some of our PD sessions. And really what to summarize the two of them, what it talks about is, was this helpful to implement in your daily practice? Did you get something out of this? Overwhelmingly positive there. And then on top of that, is this something, do you feel better equipped to try these discourse strategies within your everyday practice? So both of those together, really happy with that outcome from our teachers. And then if you go on the right side here, that is use of discourse. At the top right is our baseline, kind of what we saw initially for discourse strategies. And then if you go down to the bottom right, it shows the increase as we did 3 data points. This is the second data point. So a pretty significant jump, and we were really pleased with the efforts of our teachers, and a lot of good work by Dr. Thomas and Mr. Casey, our curriculum directors, to really do some coaching here, really get in there and work through this. But the teachers really grabbed onto this and did a very, very nice job throughout the year with it. We were really pleased with how it went.
Mr. Thomas, do you mind if I interrupt with a question? Because I think I'm losing. I heard Ms. Oliver talk about discourse as it relates to vertical alignment in writing, and I've heard you mention it as well. I have to be honest, I'm not following. Like, when I think about discourse, I think about how you think about having conversations when you don't necessarily agree. But I don't think that's how you're using that here. Can you, just so I keep up with the material and so everybody else can you explain that a little bit more, elaborate on it?
Yeah, so you're actually in the right ballpark. And for us, what we noticed a lot is students being very compliant within the classroom. Anything a teacher put in front of them, mowing right through it, working kind of. What we really wanted to push was students being able to show what they know, show their learning, talk about it with their classmates, and, well, geez, I didn't get this answer. How did you get to that? And so we know in larger society right now, it's either you agree with me or you don't, and you're wrong or you're a bad guy if you don't, right? And so trying to really cultivate that across the school. So a little bit of what you're talking about, but really to show what they know, show what they've learned.
So it's kind of like learning to look at things from different perspectives and engagement with the material.
Correct.
Okay.
And from my end, I'm gonna pull it up so I can see the writing here. Okay, so again, if you look at these, it's kind of what I described before. It's a different. This is from the Learning Walk tool. It's really kind of coming back to a lot of the same data I talked about on the left side. Is is from teacher driven data. So the top left, you talk about as we're in there doing our learning walks and collecting data on this, it talks about, okay, is this a good environment for students? And overwhelmingly, that's never a question for us, and really feeling solid in that respect. The feel of the class is kind of what we talk about there. When you go to the next one down, it's talking about, are we using a high quality instructional material? And so from there, what we found is our teachers are overwhelmingly bought in on using that within our 4 major subjects that we did the learning walks in. So that's important when you talk about student discourse, in a sense of we take our baseline, we come back and a couple months later and do the same thing. But what we're able to see is some consistency across that to use, if we're using the instructional material across the board, we're kind of seeing that from class to class. In other words, like Algebra 1 to Algebra 1. So within that, we see on the right side, again, we're looking at student discourse. Our baseline is the top right, and then our second data point is the bottom right. And what you'll see is though you'll see an increase in both your blue and red categories, which is yes and mostly. So you'll see not an increase in each one, so to speak, but if you put those two together, the overall has gone up across the board. So that's what we're pleased with, and that's heading in the right direction. And anecdotally, the third data point went up even a little more as we got into it. So, school improvement goal number 2, that is piloting our Preserving Democracy course. That's in year 2, continued refinement. It will run as a semester-long course. It will be a graduation requirement for the class of 27. So that pilot's continued to go well. Ms. Hefner has done a remarkable job. She's all over it. She does a wonderful job with it. She's got it down to class by class, activities. It's all mapped out. So we can go across the department and really make sure kids are receiving the same experience. So it's great. Number 3, fostering a sense of belonging. This is continued from last year's goal, and some of the same things, and then a few added. Celebrating different groups, that's a big piece of what we do. So trying to highlight month by month different groups with different activities. For instance, yesterday we had our pride flag raising. This year we added a principals council, so it was a group that I had students apply to, selected them, met with them quarterly, and really just kind of being able to talk about what's going on, different aspects of student life. I brought to them some different kind of quandaries that I had, and they were able to give me some student perspective feedback. So it's been an awesome thing, and looking to continue that further. Another piece we added this year, our wonderful librarian, Barb Fecto, added in a once a month Friday lunchtime activity. So students could drop in during their lunchtime, engage in some different things. The students, the Alliance of Students of Color had a jewelry sale they had for Ugandan jewelry in theirs. We had a different music one where we had a couple of math teachers, a world language teacher, and a custodian all playing music with students. It was a scene. It was pretty cool. But and then some National Honor Society students running some different activities. And the idea was to really get some different students, different walks of life, all coming together in one place and working on something fun. So that was a great job by Barb there. So looking forward, our last year around the strategic plan, so tweaking some of these goals. So as far as instructional strategies, we'll be looking to strengthen our MTSS through professional development, really looking to communicate clear learning objectives, success criteria, and work through that. That's something as a faculty we'll be working towards. Our second goal will be in the full implementation phase of preserving democracy. So for next year's seniors, our current juniors, this will be a graduation requirement. Every senior will take this semester-long course. That covers the genocide law along with the civics project that we're required to implement. So we're excited to launch that. It's like I said, a lot of hard work by some people in the history department along with Mr. Casey to really get this going. Our third goal is just continuing to expand our fostering our connectedness of our students and sense of belonging. So really kind of staying on that path.
Thank you very much. Yes, and we have a lot of presenters, so.
Thank you. I also don't want to monopolize all the questions.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of presenters too, and so I just want
Okay,
to
I'll keep it really brief. Can we get copies of these slides? Because there's a lot of really good information. And then can you talk about what the accountability, 48%, what do you mean by accountability? Sorry.
So really it's the high school report card by the state.
Okay.
So it's put out by DESE every year, and there's
okay.
there's a whole wide range of accountability measures. So when I say accountability, the accountability measures.
Got it.
And so they calculate a percentage of where you fit into everything.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that. And then I think I heard you and Miss Oliver talk about MTSS, and I know you're doing some professional development work. At the middle school, is there the collaboration piece is really like an important part of MTSS, and I was wondering if is that part of like what we're talking about? I didn't ask a lot of questions when Miss Oliver was here, so.
It's a district-wide initiative for next year that we will be looking at our practices across the entire district. That's why they included them in their school improvement plans for next year. But it will
Got
be
it.
a district-wide initiative.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Here comes Megan Hart for Ayers Elementary School.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Thank you for having us. I will say, you're going to hear some of the same words a couple of times tonight. So already when you said MTSS, I'm like, I'm going to be 3 for 3 up there. But that just shows you how aligned we are with our district priorities. So I'm thrilled to be up here representing Ayers tonight. This is always such a great evening for us because we get to highlight some of the accomplishments. It's always hard to come up here. We wish we could bring our entire staffs up here with us when we do this because so much of the work is a result of their hard work. So I'm going to start under the first kind of overarching piece of what was the district improvement plan for the equity continuum. And I've chosen to highlight 3 things here. We are, for those of you who don't know, a small but mighty AIM program at Ayers. We have about 7 students in our AIM program. And so we are the newest member. And this year we became an official Best Buddies chapter. And that was really exciting. We worked with both the middle school and the high school students. They came down, they spoke to parents at our curriculum night. They talked about the impact that being a part of that program had on them. That was wonderful. We had so much interest in our 4th grade students to be buddies that we actually had them write essays about why they would be a great candidate for this program. I think we had 50 essays from 4th graders for 7 students. So the interest was overwhelming, and it has been just a really wonderful thing. I want to thank Mrs. McHugh, who's our speech language pathologist, Miss Wilkie, who's our AIM teacher, Mrs. Jakes, who is our 4th grade teacher, who's led that. And then Delia up from the high school, she came and did a couple of different activities with our group as well. Another thing I wanted to highlight was this year was the first year that we did vertical teams in our building. This was something really special, and I want to thank my specialists because they kind of went along with my crazy idea. What if every half day we had a vertical team, we got together and we did team building and leadership, and they really took that and ran with it. And so we have 4 vertical teams in the building: kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. There's a class, 1 class from each grade on each team. These groups, they came up with their own name, they came up with their own logo, they came up with their own kind of traits for their group. And they're also their field day groups. So tomorrow's field day at Ayers, and we're really excited because they've spent the whole year getting to know each other and doing team building challenges. And so tomorrow is the day that they actually get to be on the field together. And so we're really excited. We're really excited to see how that all plays out. And last, we kind of dipped our toe into this year, but it has seemed to be very meaningful for staff. We did some relationship mapping, and that was inspired by Making Caring Common, which is an organization out of Harvard Graduate School of Education. And the whole kind of premise behind this is that we know research shows us that students have better achievement, belonging, when they are connected with an adult at school. And so the premise of this is instead of leaving the creation of those relationships to chance, you actually actively go in and map. And so with our entire staff and our entire student body, we went in and found, like, where do we know we already have strong existing relationships? Where are some kiddos that we feel like might be lacking a connection? And then what is our action plan for helping them create in a relationship with a trusting adult? So that is something that we've started this year, and that is something that I know that will continue next year. A lot of the staff members have said, wow, that was like really meaningful. Whenever I saw so-and-so in the hallway, I was always like, hey, I made it a point to go out of my way and learn something new about them, get to know them. So they did really strong work in this area. The next piece of our improvement plan was around empowering educators. We tried something really different at AIRS this year. We use staff meeting time, and instead of all of the staff coming together to do the same thing, I kind of tapped some teacher leaders to say, hey, how do you feel about facilitating a group in each of these different areas? So we had a book group. It was Promises of Giants, which was actually a book that I read for the Salem State Leadership Program. So I had some people with me in that. We had a Teach Like a Champion group. We had Science of Reading in Small Group Settings, Special Education Collaborative Problem Solving, and Building Thinking Classrooms in Math. Each one of those was led by a teacher leader, one or more teacher leaders, and staff at the beginning of the year got to choose which track they were going to be a part of, and they would spend one of our 2 staff meetings each month in this track with people who wanted to learn about the same thing and had similar ideas and interests. And through that, they were able to get, earn PDP time because they were together for 10 hours. They had a product at the end. So this was something that we tried that was new, felt like giving people a voice and thinking about how we could differentiate staff meetings based on what educators felt like they needed to grow in. So that's something that we really enjoyed and are thinking about for next year. Innovative practices. So this is the first year at AIRS that we had an instructional leadership team. So you can see TNTP up there again. Unfortunately, we don't have the same working relationship with TNTP that the middle and the high school have, but they are an outstanding organization. And our instructional leadership team, we had a grade level rep, we had special education representation, we had a specialist, and we had our instructional coaches on it. We took one of their needs assessments. So in addition to them coming and partnering with you, they have a whole bunch of free, wonderful resources. And so we used their needs assessment. And one of the things that we found was if we were going to focus on something in the future, if we were going to really vision what our next steps at AIRS would be, the results of that survey for us were around coherence, which is really like finding alignment between the grade levels K to 4. And so we did some work with that visioning this year, and and I just love this this sentence frame, we referred to it all year long. Teachers will blank so that students can. And we really use that as kind of the driving force of the work that we did. And so when we would think about what do we want to do? Well, what does that look like? What do teachers have to do so that students can get there? And so one of the things that identified for us was kind of this, we meet in grade level teams a lot. We don't necessarily meet in vertical teams at the elementary level as much, especially like within our own buildings. And so for us, that leads me into my next slide, which is, the plan for next year is, thinking about we're going to create an ELA vertical math and an ELA vertical team and a math vertical team so that when we think about our program, we can align the language we're using, the strategies that we're using, the practices that we're using, K to 4. And that is going to be a really important piece of our time together next year. I'm going to jump to 3, which is a focus on equitable instruction. We've already started doing that. We've used our end of year data meetings to think about tier 1 instruction is the instruction that every single child gets. And research shows that if it's strong, you should be getting about 80% of students should be showing mastery. So we've kind of sat back and looked at our end of the year data and said, where are we at 80%? And we have a lot to celebrate with that. We have a lot of areas where we're hitting that 80% number. We have a few places that we're not. And so we know that for our instruction to be equitable, we need to make sure that in those places or content areas, like for example, in math, we were seeing geometry was an area for us, geometry standards, just to give you an example. How do we fix that across K to 4 so that it's equitable for everybody? So that's some of the work we'll do. And last but not least, 3 for 3, MTSS. working on building our systems, and that just goes along with what I just said. The tier 1, what everybody gets, the tier 2, what some kids need, and the tier 3, the more individualized needs of students. So, sorry, that was a lot. It's a lot of talking.
Thank you very much. Okay, and now we have Amy Blanchard, the principal from North Beverly.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to share what is going on at North Beverly. So I will jump right in. Our first area that I'm looking at is empowering educators to ensure equitable access to high-quality education. And by doing this, we are hoping to provide all students with access to rigorous instruction that is culturally responsive and differentiated to meet the diverse needs of our students. The ways we got there is we provided consistent, targeted, explicit small group instruction, differentiated based on the needs of our students. My teachers in grades 1 through 4 looked deeper into our planning and the efficiency of our instruction to see what was redundant and what we really needed to focus more efforts on in both ELA and math. We did notice with our new Wit and Wisdom program, our students were very good literal thinkers. However, their deeper comprehension was lacking. So we did some explicit instruction on metacognition, which is basically teaching kids about thinking about their thinking. And we did that in very concrete ways. We came in with think bubbles where, the teacher would read something and then they would hold an actual think bubble next to them and say, this is actually what's going on in my head as I'm reading it, to give students a concrete way of actually figuring out, this is what you do while you read. And that was very effective for our students. We make a concerted effort to make sure they have multiple opportunities to practice these skills each day. Our scheduling was purposeful to maximize our instructional time. For years, we've created data stories. The teachers do this, and we continuously progress monitor them. And one thing we did this year, which was something new for us, we really put a conscientious effort into looking at our students' writing. We used anchor papers, and the 4th grade team, my instructional coach and myself, met with our 4th grade kids. We printed out their MCAS passages that they actually submitted to MCAS. And, we did a little lesson with them prior to what they think it would look like. And then we sat with them with their actual writing pieces. And these friends were hysterical. One kid smacked himself in the head and goes, this is so embarrassing. I didn't even use a capital letter. So it was really a great opportunity to have some reflection with them and say, this is important. We're looking at it and we're going to help you to get better. So that was really a great opportunity for us this year. I did highlight some data down here, and I'm not going to go over all of it with you, but just to look at the first box on the bottom. In grade 3, our math MCAS scores last year, we had 71% of our school passing, meeting, or exceeding MCAS in math. That is versus 44% in the state. At grade 4, we had 75% of our kids meeting or exceeding MCAS versus 43% in the state. And then just really quickly looking over at the green box, second box over, looking at our Dibbles composite. These are our high needs students. So at the beginning of the school year, we had 40% of our students in kindergarten really with intensive needs. We are ending this year with 6%, which is incredible. And grade 1 and grade 2 look pretty similar, with 22% starting in the fall in high needs, and we're ending with 6 or 7%. So it just goes to show that the efforts that we're putting forth are working for us. So that's great. Our next slide is about designing our equity continuum. This is something I'm most passionate about, and it's really about looking at creating a school culture that values diversity, promotes inclusion, encourages respectful and positive interactions among students and staff. Megan had already talked about relationship mapping. This was something that North Beverly embraced last year, and we kind of continued along the path this year. We actually we're in the process of collecting student surveys on how they feel. Do they have a person in the building that they feel like they can connect with? Do they feel like they have friends? So I'm actually eager to go kind of dissect that data to see where we're at with that. Another thing that I started last year, we have a inclusive photo gallery throughout the school. We are probably up to about 800 8x10s of all the students in the school engaged in real learning activities. So as you walk through the building, every single student can find themselves in a photo on the walls. And I say to them when they start, when you're at home, you have pictures of your family on your wall. This is your school family, and you need to be seen here. So that's been kind of a great thing for us. Another thing we started this year is at the beginning of the school year, I thought about, we have all these kindergarten students joining us, we have new students moving in, and I didn't want their first experience to be like coming into school and being a sterile environment. So over the summer, I created golden tickets, and I actually hand-delivered t-shirts and a golden ticket to each student's home to be the face to connect them with the school. So That was their first entry into the building, and it was wonderful. And if they weren't home, they got a little, postcard with a picture of me and my mascot on it saying, you have the golden ticket, you're welcome to North Beverly, you're part of our family. So that's been great. We also, last year we introduced communication boards to our 2 playgrounds in the school. This year we actually extended that effort, and we have communication boards throughout the school. So if you are in art, music, gym, the lunchroom, the library, there's a communication board personalized to that experience. So all the students, not just our AIM students who use them, but our other students can use them to communicate with our AIM students throughout the building. So that has been great. And then a last effort that we put in this year is I created a Lucky Duck lunch. So the students, once a week, we have a grade level who will nominate each teacher will nominate 2 students in the grade level, and they will have lunch with me on Friday. And we will play a game, and we will just interact and just have conversations. And it is by far the most favorite time of my day. And so I just love it. So that has been a great inclusive belonging opportunity that we have. Some of the innovative practices that we have put into place, like other schools, we do a tiptoe into kindergarten, which offers the opportunity for students to come into school before all the big kids are there. Last year, we had 47 of our 60 students attend. This year, we still have time to register, but we already have 46 enrolled. So we have not had tears walking into the first day of kindergarten since we started this program, so that's been wonderful. We continue to do our creative fun videos just to welcome students and for families who can't come into the building, so they will get to see all the members of my school, of the staff, kind of act and goofy, and just welcoming them and really embracing, like, when they make attendance records, like anything we do, we want to kind of showcase. And if you can't come into school, we're going to come to you. So this year, we also, my grade 1 wanted to host a literacy evening for families. And what we did is we had our families come in, and as well as the students, and the families met with my grade 1 team, as well as my reading specialist, and they learned about what they could do at home to help further grow their student skills. And then I had my other classroom teachers who volunteered their time to actually work with centers with the kids practicing things. So they both had an opportunity to engage in things, and that was wonderful. We reimagined our book fair. For years, we did Scholastic, and I know other schools might embrace Copper Books, which I love, local town. However, we have families that can't afford this. So we have had families donate books, and students will leave. They come in and get a used book for $1. They'll leave with books, and just our goal is to have books in hands of all of our kids. So that has been really effective. We embraced the early literacy after school program for kids who were not making benchmark, and the results of that have been incredible. And lastly, we have an interactive open house. So for years, we kind of, you'd come in and you'd kind of peruse your classroom, see the things your kids have done. But we've really wanted to make it more of an engaging experience. So this year, every year I have a theme, and this year we did a country western theme. So they came in and they planted cactuses with their family, or they played some country western games, or did some dances, and it really was incredible. And we had 79% of our families attend, which has been a record for us. So that was wonderful. And our next steps at North Bev. So we're going to continue with our continuing equity continuum. I really want to embrace it, creating a program where when new families move into our school, that we kind of connect them to a established family, so they have somebody to kind of walk through the step with, so it's not new to them. So that's something we're looking to embrace. I'm really hoping to find ways to increase all of our students to be fully immersed in our school, especially our AIM students. I'm very eager to learn more from the schools that are involved in Best Buddies, because I think that is incredible, and I would love to kind of delve into that. And then I'd also like to consider hosting family engagement events in the community and parent workshops, and go to them rather than them coming to us. Some of our innovative practices that we'll look at is, I really want to strengthen our student discourse, and we can do that through some structured discussion protocols. We will increase opportunities for collective problem solving. We're going to expand STEAM and our Project Lead the Way opportunities, which is a grant that we got that works with hands-on science. And something, again, I'm very passionate about is our school and classroom transformation. So I'm hoping to launch classroom transformations to introduce each module that our teachers are teaching in an immersive learning experience. And we're going to hope to continue to empower educators. We're going to expand our vertical teams, just like you heard from the other schools. We're going to implement instructional rounds, which essentially will have teachers actually visit their colleagues in their classrooms to see what it looks like, what the instruction looks like in their classroom, and kind of debrief on that. We're going to strengthen our instructional leadership team. And then we're going to redefine our backward design planning and our win time to make sure that our intervention and our enrichment continues to grow. And again, just like all the other schools said, we want to hope to strengthen our MTSS practices, strengthening our tier supports to meet the academic and behavioral and social emotional needs of our students. We hope to enhance collaboration among teachers, interventionists, and our support staff, and then just ensure our systems and resources promote equity and access to every one of our learners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So much to talk about in so little time.
Let's pack a whole year into one night. Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me this time to talk about our year and a little tiny aspect of it. And when I stood here a year ago, I shared with you the goals that we would focus on at Centerville, which are very similar to some of the things that you've already heard, so I'll go as quickly as I possibly can. Amy had mentioned the comprehension, right? So in the throes of implementing wit and wisdom, I think we believed that, we may have left some really good practices off the table when we were so deeply learning the new program. And so this year for us was looking at the way we explicitly teach comprehension to our kids to really get at what they were thinking. And that leads you right to the writing. So I will say one strength of wit and wisdom is that you can very clearly, the writing and the reading are so closely connected. And so, Lindsay, to your question around discourse, like if you can't say it, you can't write it. And so that's why discourse keeps coming up. And so when you focus on comprehension, you're getting kids talking about their reading, then you're naturally looking at their writing and the vocabulary that they're using. That was something that we spent a lot of time on at Centerville this year. I'm just gonna go through that. In staff together, so one of the things when we brought these practices together, we pulled off an old book off the shelf, Strategies that Work. We did those lessons together as a staff to make sure that we had consistent language around comprehension for all of our kids K-4. We did the more explicit planning at each grade level. So we feel like we got through the whole year having a good bank of strategies that we have instilled in our kids, and that is work that will continue next year. A group of our second, I don't know where that went. Nope, not done yet. A group of our teachers did engage with the ECLC offering the rigorous learning series with Michael McDowell. I know some other schools had also participated in that. That led us right to supporting our kids around writing and really developing their ability to see the strengths and weaknesses in their writing. And I will say that was work that was done by teachers, led by teachers, and will carry through. I would say the teachers who participated were so excited and eager to share that with their colleagues. It was a very quick win for not only our teachers teaching in common language, but the writing that we saw our kids do. I added the 77. I just wanted to note because, we've always been focused on the volume of reading and our fluency. And so we didn't want to lose sight of that. Like last year, we had 75% of our students on level, which was a high for us. And so we wanted to keep that. We wanted to make sure that even though that we had turned our focus to more of the, more nebulous aspects of literacy, that we weren't losing the strengths that we had with our fluency in reading. So now this year, our students at 77, which is a high for us. And we're always going to hope that that number keeps going. All right, now you can click it. All right, goal 2, math experience. So one of the things that we talk about at Centerville is that whether you are successful in math or whether you struggle, all roads lead back to number sense and your ability to work with numbers. And so borrowing some, from some of our friends and inspiration in the math field, number sense is something that's caught, it's not taught. And so we have to think very carefully about the experiences that we create around elementary math as students are developing their understanding of number and their ability to reason flexibly with that. And so that has been a focus for us for a while and continues to be so. Last year we had about 71% of our, so I want to just connect to something that Mrs. Hart mentioned, like it's not about your average, it's about how many kids are meeting your average. And so when we see 68% of our kids, that 68% of our kids are 80% or better on their end of the year benchmark. That's a number that we will still hope ticks up. It was a little bit flat for us this year, and we reflected, we said, we used all of our collaborative time as a staff around our literacy practices, and maybe we didn't have enough emphasis as a staff on some of those math practices that we had been doing. And so that will carry us forward into our goal for next year to really bring that to the classroom level. We had spent a lot of time planning, a lot of time thinking about the activities that kids were going to do to, catch number sense. But we really want to bring that into our classrooms next year collaboratively through math learning walks. And the fun stuff, one of the things, one of our third goals is tied to our green team. We have a very robust green team at Centerville. And so one of their efforts, or one of their goals this year, was to add to not only their recycling efforts, but also thinking more deeply about waste reduction. At Centerville, we want to be on trend with the hot topics in Beverly being trash. And so the students designed a liquid pour station throughout the year. Our green team students collected every single day from the cafeteria. They collected the liquid that they had saved. They measured it. They calculated it. At this point, we have now collected 326 gallons of liquid from our cafeteria this year. And you can do the math on what that saves in trash tonnage. At the end of the year, we do have a good partnership with members from the Waste Reduction Committee and also folks from Green Beverly who came and helped us do a waste audit. So we literally dug through bags of lunch trash, super fun, to say that 60% of our trash at Centerville is food waste. And so the kids have been doing a lot of work about how we can start next year in getting our entire school community to really focus on that number. All right, next up at Centerville, again, you don't really accomplish everything in 1 year, so we will have a continued focus on our comprehension and writing. I had mentioned the math learning walks to analyze our development of number sense, and then increase our waste reduction efforts will continue with our green team. And then just as you heard my colleagues, we've already had some initial conversations around just, the MTS, not just the MTS structures and practices, but how we are employing them consistently across our school. A lot of times when you're in your own school, you kind of get mired in your own school and your own students. And so we've made a commitment to each other to say, like, oh, okay, well, what are you doing to address these things? And that will come through the conversations with our MTSS structures. And I think that's it. Thank you so much, everybody.
Gabrielle Montevecchi from Hannah.
Hi, good evening, everybody. It's always a treat when I get to stand up and just represent as placeholder for my building and all the hard work of my teachers, my instructional coaches, and the support of all of our families in reaching our goals. It's also exciting to hear the consistency among the 5 elementary schools. So hopefully the reiterating the same messages is helping you all get a good sense of where we're headed together. So our first goal within our performance standard here is to provide students with access to high quality, rigorous instruction that is culturally responsive and differentiated to meet the need of all our learning students with our learning for all of our students with diverse learning needs. In thinking about professional development this year, as you just heard Julie talk about, we also had coaches and teacher leaders who are participating in the ECLC Rigorous Teaching and Learning Series, which was really, as Julie said, it was just immediate bang for the buck, taking home the strategies that were helping teachers improve writing instruction. Teachers right away were using the rapid writing technique, which is showing an image that is something exciting that students are looking at together. Could be a picture of toys in a toy store or perhaps the beach, and getting kids to beginning to think out loud about their ideas around this image, and then write about them in a rapid format, 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minutes. And we began that practice in first grade on up. We also had monthly coaching for our year 1 playful learning faculty. So we are now in year 3 of our playful learning grant, a competitive state grant. All of our teachers are now trained in the playful learning pedagogy, and we've become a lab site school across the state. So we're extremely proud of that. Our teachers have also had the opportunity to present at district-wide playful learning conferences. In terms of assessment and reflection, we remain consistent with our grade level data meetings 3 times a year. We've really been refining our data analysis and focusing on planning that is directly connected to both our student learning and professional practice goals. I am currently started this last year, just finished them up actually today for this year, doing individual mid-year and end-of-year reflection meetings with each of our teachers to talk about their student learning and professional practice goals, separately from the team data meetings, so that we can have a more intimate conversation about where they're headed next in their professional goals. In terms of our instructional focus, we continued to focus on using the MTSS practices in our win blocks across all grade levels. And we really want our teachers to know that all of our teachers belong to all of our kids. And when you walk into Hannah, your classroom teacher, maybe their homeroom teacher, but they are all deeply collaborative and working together to meet their strategic goals. We've expanded playful learning strategies across the entire building, not just during our wit and wisdom content area time, but also in math and science. In the spring, we held learning walks with our instructional leadership team, which were focused on purposeful writing. That was directly connected to the work we're doing with Michael McDowell in the ECLC Rigorous Teaching and Learning program series. Again, we're going to be expanding the Project Lead the Way science curriculum, our project-based science curriculum that has been one of our lead teachers is here tonight, Seton Wood. We're grateful for his leadership on this project. And here you have in that picture, we've got students who are using that Bump It Up wall. So they're looking at a wall of exemplary writing and figuring out where they need to go next with their own writing. On the next slide, we're talking about creating our school culture that values diversity, promoting inclusion, and encouraging respectful and positive interactions among all of our student and staff. I became a SEED leader. The National SEED Project is seeking equity and diversity. And this year, our teachers divided into two teams. The first half of the year, they were looking at data-driven instruction. And the second half of the year, they were looking at multifaceted identities of self, students, and families. And then the teachers swapped in the mid-year, so they were both participating in each of these professional development opportunities during our faculty meeting time. In terms of practices and planning, I can't say enough about the restorative justice practice work that's been supported by both Erica Lepek and Deanna Krinsky, as well as the whole school review of our DCAP, in addition to really digging into that DCAP with our school council. And that was really helpful to have our parents on school council understanding and asking questions about how we utilize the DCAP every day. And they're going to be participating actually in learning walks in June. So kudos to my teachers for welcoming our school council in to observe the DCAP in action here toward the end of the year. We expanded our grade 4 student council to promote leadership and peer mentoring. We use buddy classrooms across the building, and we have a lot of collaborative teaming going on with our playful learning studios. And of course, we continue at Hannah to use our school-wide recognition, and that should say character nominations, during our whole school morning meetings every Friday, focusing on kindness and responsibility. And then finally, under Performance Goal 3, ensuring that all students have equitable access to the resources and support services necessary for their academic growth, thus increasing attendance in a fully supported environment. So curriculum night focus, I did a presentation on the importance of attendance and the reduction in tardiness. You may have heard me talk about our issue at Hannah in terms of attendance is really about tardiness, and we've been able to reduce our tardiness over 10% over the last year, which has recaptured lost learning time. The Attendance Superhero Program was started last year, again, by superstar Erica Lepek, and we have continued to do that work to celebrate great attendance, making personal connections with families to overcome barriers, to support kids in getting to school on time every day. Had our earlier start time this year. We appreciate the district support in messaging early and often about the early start time, and I have to say our parents rose to the challenge setting those alarm clocks to get everybody here on time. We have a consistent school-wide expectations matrix for students and staff, and utilizing that language across the building consistently so folks know exactly what is expected when they're in the hallway, the cafeteria, when we're gathering for morning meeting, and we're very transparent about those expectations with parents. We're using individual support, as I said, to manage any transportation barriers that families may have in getting to school, figuring out what the root cause may be for tardiness or lack of attendance. We've engaged in the Scholars After School programming, again, for grades 3 and 4, and that's always fundamentally important in supporting particularly MCAS outcomes. Our Tiptoe to Kindergarten summer program was a hit the last 2 years that we have done it, and this year we already have great attendance signed up for that programming. During the Tiptoe programming, we also are running a caregiver series on academic readiness, healthy eating, and self-regulation. And again, we thank the district for helping us support consistent messaging about that earlier start time. Just a couple of our performance metrics here I want to share with you all. The slide that's on the left is straight out of the DESE Profiles website. I'm excited to show everybody that that's our composite in ELA from last year's MCAS outcomes, showing where Hannah falls ahead of both district and the state of Massachusetts. And there again in math and the composite, you can see where we land over the district and the state. So very, very proud of those scores, and also very excited to see double exceeding for a number of students, which is evidence of the hard work, particularly we're doing in digging into writing. Finally, on our right up-to-date data for you all in terms of our literacy outcomes this year, our spring 2026 DIBELS demonstrates that 80% of our kindergarten, grade 1, and grade 2 students are at or above expected growth for the year. I'm exceptionally proud of that. That is very strong literacy data. Last year's literacy data looked very similar. And then under the heading of math, our total building spring 2026 end-of-year math benchmark average is 82%, which is higher than the last 2 years for sure. In terms of our strategic goals moving forward, based on our strong end-of-year outcome, we want to be sure that we're setting high and attainable goals, especially for our youngest readers. We know that they have the skills, so let's keep it rocking and rolling. In terms of data-driven planning, we're going to use the data that we just compiled in our end-of-year data meetings to set our goals for literacy and math to prepare for truly differentiated instruction in the fall. We talked about the rigorous teaching and learning program, and going into August, we know that our teacher leadership will continue to promote that ownership of learning, and they will be running rigorous teaching and learning sessions in the fall for all faculty. And then finally, Julie also talked about identifying really some very basic but important aspects of our math program that need to be honed in on. Talking a lot about building fact fluency, subitization. My faculty know that's my favorite word. If you have no subitization, you have nothing. And recognition of numerical patterns. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have one more school to go, and Dr. Cushing said we're going to keep going through this.
Keep going?
And we'll keep going. And
All right.
we have Miss Kate Twombly from Cove School.
It's this much higher than it was for my colleague. All right, good evening. Thank you. Saving the best for last year. Just kidding. But I would be remiss if I didn't celebrate Cove every chance I get, if I didn't. So I have for you, again, you're going to hear some themes. I'm very appreciative to my elementary colleagues because we do plan so much together, and so a lot of things you will find to be somewhat repetitive. However, we have our own Cove touch on things and some great pictures of some of our kids in here. So I'll go quickly through the slides, but I know that you guys are going to have access to it. So if you have any questions following it, please reach out. You know where to find me. So when I stood here a year ago, I had presented last year's the strategic plan for this year, and I was just finishing up my first year, now finishing up my second year at Cove, and we have accomplished so much that when I sat down to start thinking about what I wanted to celebrate, I had to be very concise. So I'm going to be even more concise right now. The three buckets that we were working within this year were culturally responsive and personalized high-impact instructional strategies, belonging, and a culture of high expectations and celebration and joy. I think you will find in a lot of these pictures that I'm sharing with you tonight that joy has been kind of an underlying theme all year, and trying to really find opportunities for just celebrating kids and meeting them where they at, because they are kids and they want to have fun. So we have maximized our meeting time this year. We've been really, really strategic with our time as adults, using any available staff meeting time as really actionable professional development. The instructional leadership team that started last year really shifted gears from building a schedule and kind of getting things in kind of an organizational structure to now looking at at our instructional practices, including creating a Cove Learning Walks tool that we used while in each other's classrooms. We also had some opportunities to do some cross-district collaboration and visited our colleagues at North Beverly so that we could also kind of align some of our practices with what was working really well for them. So that was an amazing opportunity, and thanks to Amy for having us. So under belonging, we launched and followed through on a school-wide expectations matrix. We kind of jumped on the coattails of the work that had been done here at the middle school with the C4C committee and created our own Cove expectations matrix that families signed off on, and we kind of used that as our contract and our kind of touchstone throughout the year for student behavior and expectations. We also launched a streamlined response to behavior and documentation processes so that we could track when students weren't meeting expectations and put the appropriate intervention structures in place for them. We also rolled out a new MTSS structure to include Tier 1 advisory lessons. So we were having community meetings and then following up on those Fridays with an advisory lesson where the whole school stopped on a Friday afternoon and talked about some sort of social emotional expectation or strategy that we wanted to become part of the fabric of our school. That's actually a picture from one of our community meetings when we also wanted to infuse a little joy and did some cotton ball competition with our fourth graders. We also, under Celebration and Joy this year, I'm proud to announce, have increased our opportunities showcasing music instruction. Today was the final dress rehearsal and performance for the whole school of Finding Nemo Jr. under the direction of Chloe Panico, our new music teacher. And tomorrow night they perform for their parents, and it was just amazing. There was not a dry teacher eye in the house. We were all just so proud of them. It was incredible. We also, again, are utilizing community meetings as opportunities for just having a little fun, infusing some theme days. And we just had last week a celebration of learning to showcase all of the learning that took place this year with caregivers. Next slide, please. I've included some pictures. These are just some snapshots just to kind of put what I just talked about to life. We started a Best Buddies chapter and really explored the idea of reverse inclusion and Best Buddies throughout the school day. So this is a gym class that actually took place outside, and our fourth graders going into the AIM classrooms as Best Buddies. We also had the Bionic Project visit and set a tone for inclusivity through a variety of workshops that was really well received. There are some snapshots from our community meetings and advisory, things like collaborative bulletin boards so that everybody had a piece to our school. Next slide. And then I have to also mention our caregiver partnerships. We have done things that are fun, like our trunk or treat and our glow-a-thon that raised an incredible amount of money in partnership with our PTO, but also explored new ways of engaging caregivers, such as having a kindergarten curriculum night where we invited kindergarten caregivers in, provided childcare, and had just a night to talk about curriculum with just our kindergarten parents as they welcome to school. And also on that last slide, just really quick, I want to just shout out Abby Slazak, who this year also organized a resource fair for students in our AIM program. It was actually for any students in the AIM programs across the schools to come and get valuable resources and learn more about insurance-based services for their students. I won't read those, but I've been leaning into using surveys to drive a lot of the planning that's to come. So these are some snapshots and actual caregiver words from our latest caregiver survey. Next slide. We have some of our exceptional DIBELS data, and then on the next slide, followed by our math data. But just want to highlight that leaving Cove, 98.9% of our students are reading with grade level accuracy in grade 4 texts leaving Cove this year. So that is a big celebration for us. Next year, again, you heard a lot of this already, but we'll be leaning into universally designed and culturally responsive teaching practices, really looking at our Tier 1 instruction and making sure that we are offering robust opportunities with accommodations to all learners every day within our school. Our caregiver connections, we're exploring some new opportunities to really increase the sense of belonging. And then again, alongside the district, examining our MTSS practices. There are some of kind of the plans that we have in place, just a couple things to highlight. We're going to be doing a lot of vertical alignment with different kind of expectations, such as, and you've already heard it, discourse, it's a theme, and also our vocabulary instruction and writing expectations. Caregiver connections will include identifying some ambassador relationships and some reimagining the way that we're engaging with families in ways that they can access. I surveyed our families. We're going to try a few different things so that they feel like they have dialogue with me and with the staff to learn about just kind of what goes on day to day and what MTS looks like at Cove, for example, through accessible ways and different communication and digital platforms. And then finally, we're really going to dig into our MTSS practices as a school and examine kind of where we are, audit where we are, and then build our capacity to make sure that we're meeting the needs of all of our students in a timely way, and also celebrating the work that we're doing and being transparent with our families. So that was very, very quick, but if you have any questions about anything on the slides, please, you know where to find me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to all the principals and all the work they did for the presentations this evening. It's a lot to get in a short amount of time. Sometimes we lose track of time and we take the whole time like we did tonight, plus a little bit more.
I know that you have a handbook that you need us to review and discuss, right? Because we have a policy that says once a year we have to review policies.
So in terms of handbooks, they did a major review last year. We reviewed them again this year. We don't have any specific changes in any of the levels, elementary, middle, or high school this year. So it would just be adopting them as is with some edits in terms of grammar or parent/caregiver. Those were the major issues to which were really nothing in terms of the updates for next year. There is the question of whether the cell phone legislation will pass, and if that were to do it this summer, although Dr. Cushing thinks it won't happen until the middle of the year potentially, but if it were to happen between now and then, we can come back and revote with those policies added.
So really all we'd be doing here at this subcommittee is discussing any changes and then moving it along to the committee of the whole. So there's really not, even though we have an asterisk here that anticipating that there was going to be an action, there's not really an action because we're not really discussing any changes. So what we're really doing is just passing this along to the committee of the whole for discussion.
Since there are no major changes.
Yeah. Okay. If there are more changes, we might have a little bit more to talk about.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you again to all the teachers and administrators for all the work that you do every day, but especially in pulling together the presentations. I know it takes time and it's part of your evening, but it is really valuable, so thank you. And I know we're running late for our next meeting, so I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn, if anyone is so inclined to provide that for me.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Frost. And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Lennox. Today, that is 7:42. All in favor? Okay, 7-0.
And I wanted to thank everyone, all the new committee members on this committee. Thank you so much this year. I look forward to working with you over the summer and into next year.
All right, thank you so much.
Talking, he's in the bathroom. Oh, he's back there? I can't even see him back there. Okay, we're going, really. Okay. Kim, we're good, right? All right, fantastic. Thank you, everybody. Today is Wednesday, June 10th. This is a Beverly School Committee meeting, and we do not have anyone participating remote this evening, so I'm not going to read the whole thing about the fact that our charter lets us have remote people, and the governor has many times extended the ability to have us have remote participation. We have a couple of really quick items, including a report from our new student representative, Helena Balante. How'd I do? Okay. Taking over for Delia, and then we'll go to resident voice, and then this is one of my favorite meetings of the year. We have BevEd, a whole bunch of BevEd reps here, and then we'll do the rest of our business. So I'm calling us to order. It is 7:49, and first order of business is a Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Taylor, will you please lead us? To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next order of business. We're going right to great news. Dr. Cushing, are you going to meet Mr. Acosta at the podium, or are you going to stay seated?
I'm going to stay seated for the moment and then meet.
Okay, sure.
But as we are recognizing music excellence and music awards, I wanted to get very into the microphone and have some good tonal recognition because my voice is my only instrument. And I'll say that's actually really sad. Never having had the opportunity to play an instrument. It's not exactly true. My mother tried to get me to play piano, and that went really bad at age 5 for everyone but me. But I will say, seeing how our students perform, seeing how so many of my students throughout the years have performed, not just in Beverly, but it really makes me lament not having that opportunity. And I'm so exceptionally proud of what our students do, how they practice, how they work so hard at it. To see at Cove recently, and I haven't had a chance to post the pictures to Facebook, but they will be soon. But to see the students practicing on a stage with our strings instructor, it's really powerful and it's really important. Exposure to fine arts programming does so many beneficial things for students. It gives them a skill and a talent for life. It affords them so many great time management skills and really provides our community with something that is amazing. As in, at the Rotary luncheons, they will perform. Now I'm pounding the mic and popping my peas, so I'll back off. But at various things for them to be able to perform, to show their talents, and to share their talents with the rest of us, they really do a phenomenal job, and they're to be celebrated. So I just want to get to the right page. Tell you what, I'm going to let Mr. Costa introduce everybody and go from there because I left my packet in my office and don't have everybody's names, and I apologize. But I will say they all did here we go. All right, so want to give recognitions for our music program. For jazz band, first place in the division, superior rating. Concert band, third place in division, excellent rating. String ensemble, third place in division, excellent rating. Treble choir, first place in division, superior rating, plus best overall choir. Choral, thank you. First place in division, superior rating. Vocal ensemble, first place in division, superior rating. And in attendance with Adam Costa, Olivia Mincello, and I don't see Mr. Smith, but he might be here, are our 11th grader, Lydia Betts, our 12th grader, JJ Neiman, and 12th grader, Audrey Talbot. And so if Mr. Costa, Ms. Mincello could come up, talk. If I missed anyone's name, I apologize. But these all connect to the Hershey Park out-of-state field trip, overnight field trip that you approved, and also approved one of our school vehicles going with them so that we didn't leave students out.
Okay, well, thank you for giving us this opportunity to be here tonight to celebrate the hard work and creativity of our students. And Dr. Cushing already mentioned it, but the fact that we had the opportunity to collaborate and figure out how to get those few students who are on the wait list off the wait list and bring them with us to Hershey was a game changer. We made sure no one was left behind. It was, as I said, a great problem to have because it means the interest in the trip is growing year by year coming out of COVID, where we had to take a little bit of a hiatus. So we're hoping next year that we will need an even larger vehicle and push things back to 3 buses. So I'm going to give Ms. Mincello the podium in a second, but my thoughts on this are just simply that I'm so thrilled that we were in a place this year where we could return to a competitive element in our travels. The last time we did something like this was 2019 when we went to Washington, D.C. And then, of course, we all know what happened in 2020. Mm-hmm. And by the time we started traveling again and doing overnight music trips, we did not have the numbers to warrant competition. We performed on the trips, we collaborated with other schools, but we didn't feel we had the personnel and the instrumentation and the balance of our voices and musicians to be able to pull off a high caliber performance. And this year, we said, all right, let's go for it. Let's dust off the cobwebs, and outstanding results all around. And we have just 3 of our 111 students who traveled with us. Actually 4 if we count Helena, who is also a member of both the string ensemble and the flute section in the band. So 111 students, 119 people total, including chaperones. And it was, I think, a community building experience, but also something that showcased what our students can do when we take them outside of the city lines. They already do so much around here. We know how they're out and in the community. And I was just over the moon excited that the trip went as well as it did, and that the kids were able to show off their stuff. So, Ms. Mincello, I don't know if you have anything you want to add.
Mr. Costa just said it very well, so I'll try to keep it short. But I was, a little anecdote, I was the chaperone for most of the trip on the smaller bus that y'all graciously approved. And due to various car sickness or whatever, and it was me and 6 kids on the bus, and we had a blast. And I think if those 6 spots didn't happen, they wouldn't have been able to have those moments, maybe the people who didn't go, who weren't able to go. So I just wanted to add to that and say thank you for those opportunities. And I think about my formative experiences as a high schooler in choirs and whatnot, and not only were many of them in the school day, but being able to travel and compete and whatnot is something that I still remember. So I'm really grateful that we're able to provide that opportunity.
And I'd also like to see if our students have anything to say, their experiences on the trip or anything like that. I mean, you are performers, so hopefully you won't be microphone shy. And I know I'm putting you on the spot, but, we're here. Here's the thing. Our first thing we've always got to remember is for the students. No matter what we're doing in our schools, on our athletic fields, in our theaters or performance spaces, students first.
Ms. Mincello is encouraging me to also add this. On your list of awards that we received, I also specifically received the Most Outstanding Vocalist Award of the competition as well. But just from a student standpoint, I've been going on the trip all 4 years. I roomed with 2 of my roommates all 4 years as well. And every single year, you know, we're just more excited for the next. And even though this was my last year, I'm going to try to encourage as many of my underclassmen friends to keep going, because there's just so many amazing opportunities that happen on the trip that you maybe don't get to experience elsewhere. And I think that the teachers do an amazing job of making sure everyone feels included, trying to get financial aid for students who aren't able to go on the trip as well, more feasibly. And it's just a great experience overall, and like really has shaped like the music department and my high school experience overall. So, do you want to add anything?
I think you said
Thank you.
So, Mr. Costa, Ms. Mancello, do we know where we're going next year? Oh, that's right. You don't tell. Okay.
Newbie.
know-
I thought
we
the
don't
musical
tell
was the
this
reveal.
early.
We know the places we're thinking about going.
Okay.
And then I'll be in touch later in the summer.
Planes, trains, or just automobiles?
All right.
Thank you.
So sometimes we take a little recess and we would try to take a photo with you, but I'm going to ask you to look behind you and see how many other people are here this evening. We have a very full agenda. I appreciate, I also never played an instrument. I appreciate you guys coming. I love that you continue to take them wonderful places. And one of my 4 was in the band. And so he too has still, at his ripe old age, very good things to say. So thank you very much. And this is your chance to run away, unless you want to stay the rest of the night. And it's going to be a long night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, my committee, our next item on our agenda is the approval of meeting minutes. We're taking them together. Mr. Mayor, is your motion together?
I move we approve these 2 sets of minutes together.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Any comments, corrections?
Was that Ms. Cahill? You second.
Thank you, by the way, Ms. Coelho, for keeping those notes for me.
Can I add a comment?
I just called for them, so yes, yes, please do.
Thank you. I think it would be helpful for the meeting minutes to encompass the superintendent's comment about that he presented a budget, and why did we hire him if we didn't approve his budget. I make that motion.
All right, I'm gonna hold that for a minute, because I believe what I read of the meeting minutes did convey something like that. I'm looking to our official meeting minute queen over there, Miss Quill. And in worst case scenario, so which set of those minutes are you wishing to edit, Mr. Taylor?
The
Budget.
5/20/2026.
All right.
Budget.
Mr. Mayor, will you
Question and
please revise your motion, and we will hold the 5/20s?
Okay, so I withdraw that earlier motion,
Thank you, sir.
and I move that we approve the minutes for the May 27th, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Cahill, for that second. Any comments or questions on the 5/27 minutes? All those in favor? That passes 9-0. I'm going to hold the other set, and we can try to have some conversation about that offline. The next item on our agenda is our report from our new student representative to the school committee, Ms. Helena.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Helena Balante, and I'm the newly elected Beverly High School representative, and I wanted to thank you for having me tonight and for the next upcoming year. To get started, on Sunday, June 7th, the class of 2026 graduated at Hurd Stadium. This was following a week of many senior events, including a fair to highlight REACH internship projects, graduation rehearsals, senior awards, clapouts at the elementary and middle schools, and a scholarship night. Underclassmen students are also in their last week of classes this week. Next week, they will have final exams. Students will take 2 exams in the morning, and then there's a lunch break, and following the lunch break, there's a chance to make up assignments, meet with other teachers, or study for future exams. Yesterday, the music and theater department held its annual banquet where numerous students won awards and everybody had the opportunity to celebrate their performing art achievements. New leadership positions were also announced for the upcoming year. This past Monday, 8th grade students from the middle school visited BHS, with their teams and were given tours by the high school student volunteers. There will be another event later in the summer for students to come up and see the school before the academic year starts. Coming up tomorrow, Thursday, June 11th, the Underclassmen Awards will be held in the BHS Fieldhouse. Students receiving an award and their families are invited to this event to celebrate academic accomplishments throughout the year. And with that, we wrap up the 2025 and 2026 academic year. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. And as with my friends from the music department, if you wish to run away, now is your chance. We have one more meeting on our calendar, the very last Wednesday in June, I believe. Maybe we'll see you back then. Okay, thank you. Okay, next item, for those, if anybody's here to speak and you have not yet signed up, I'm going to move the sign-up sheet over to the round dark desk. And no, I'm not, because I have to read off of it. What am I thinking? All right, if anybody else wants to sign up, I know who you are. I'll put your name on there. Okay, you're famous, Mr. Melanson. Okay, you're on the list now. Batting cleanup. Oh boy, okay. Maybe we need to go back to teaching handwriting in our schools. That was a little joke. Mr. Davidian, I believe your name is first. I should say this forum is for everyone who wants to speak to us. We get a chance to hear your words. We do not respond. I ask you to hold your comments to 3 minutes. And I ask you to, let's see, there's a whole list of things, and I left my packet at home. Talk only about yourself and do not give personally identifiable information about individuals if you're trying to talk about a particular incident. Okay, Mr. Davidian. Oh, there you are. And you have to push the little button, and when it's green around the bottom, then the microphone is on. And then please turn it back to red when you walk away. Yeah.
Good evening.
You don't have to hold the button.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Eli Davidian. My family and I have called Beverly home for 37 years. I established a successful dental practice on Broadway, which is now in the hands of one of my sons, Dr. Idan Davidian. All 4 of my sons went through Beverly Public Schools, and my twins graduated from Beverly High School as valedictorians. My family and I are proud community members who contribute positively to the city in countless ways. As a proud Israeli American, I've always felt comfortable, safe, and welcome in Beverly, until the horrific Hamas terrorist attack on October 7, 2023. The resulting unprecedented rise in antisemitism, Jew hatred, is deeply impacting me, my family, and countless Jewish families, and it is having an impact on schools across the country, including here in Beverly High School, or Beverly Schools. There are many of us who are disturbed and distressed about the anti-Semitic incidents taking place at Beverly Schools. Swastikas, Heil Hitler, negative remarks about Jewish people, all of these expressions of hate hurt not only Jewish students, they hurt all students. My goal of speaking to you this evening is to understand how incidents of anti-Semitism are handled and to learn what types of educational components is part of the response. School districts across our state and beyond are taking concrete measures to effectively address the dangerous rise of anti-Semitism. Acton Boxborough Regional School District and Bedford School District have developed transparent and effective policies, procedures, and protocols. I urge Beverly School District to follow their lead. I understand that their educational leaders are open to sharing their best practices. It appears that Beverly Public Schools needs policies, protocols, and procedures to ensure that Jewish students and faculty feel safe and valued. And I'm here to ask the school committee if such policies exist, and if they do, they are consistently implemented across the district. Education is key to raising students to be respectful of all people. Jewish American Heritage Month, which is May, is an opportune time to educate students about the vast contributions made by Jewish Americans to our country. This is not Jewish history, this is American history. My wife Dina and I worked hard to provide beautiful free posters for the schools, only to be met with roadblocks and excuses about why they were not appropriate to be on display. When we finally were in the agreed upon format, Jewish American Heritage Month was almost over, missing the opportunity to educate students. I do like to thank Mayor Cahill, Dr. Cushing, Dr. Morgan, for working with us on introducing the posters to the public schools, to all the schools. 4 students in Marblehead High School were successful in implementing programming for Jewish American Heritage Month in partnership with the school leadership. Our students deserve the same. Beverly Public Schools have 11 months to get it right for the next May. I respectfully request that the school committee develop and implement a plan to recognize and celebrate Jewish American Heritage Month in Beverly Public Schools. Thank you. And if anybody wants to watch and see the posters, I'll have them here at the back. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Elliot. Elliot, I can't read your last name. Oh, thank you. Good thing I didn't pronounce it with an S in the middle. Sorry, I see now. Thank you.
That's all right. I wasn't good at penmanship at Beverly High either.
You have to press the button so it turns green. And now, there you go.
Okay. My name's Elliot Margolis. I live at 6 Cobblers Lane, Beverly. Been in Beverly my whole life. I am a graduate of Beverly High School. My 3 kids are graduates of Beverly High School. All 4 of us have experienced anti-Semitism in the school. Not often from students, but even from administrators. I know some kids that have been walking around the school system and they've had pennies thrown at them. This is unacceptable behavior. We recently had a anti-Semitic situation right here in this school in the boys' room. I don't know what's been done about it, but I'll tell you, it's continued from 1968 when I graduated to now, so apparently nothing has been done about it, and it's time. The high school principal, as Ellie said he was going to put up the posters. He didn't. Real simple. Now, is there going to be consequences for that? He promised to do something. He didn't do it. Now, why do we have Jewish Heritage Month? We have it because in 2006, President George Bush announced that we were going to celebrate May as Jewish Heritage Month. So it's a federal situation, and the schools didn't do what they should have done. I'm wondering, in all honesty, just what do the DEI people do? This is discrimination. It's clear discrimination. And we need to make sure something happens. There are some schools that actually have protocols for something like this. Does the Beverly school system have protocols for something like this? And then we need to use them. Now, just a little history, because I wonder sometimes about how history is taught. Some say that Israel is creating genocide, and that's creating the hate of the Jewish people. But do you know that it's the Palestinians that use their own people as human shields? Do you know that the Palestinians have rejected 5 times since the beginning of Israel a 2-state solution that Israel signed up on? Okay, and then you have to look at what is the motto of the Palestinians, from the river to the sea. If that's not genocide, what is? These are things we have to teach at Beverly High School. These are things that people have to know, because hate is unacceptable. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you are. We judge people by who they are and not what they are, and it's time we learned that here in Beverly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rabbi Mendel.
Green button's on already.
Yes, yes, sir.
Wow, come prepared. Asking a rabbi to fit his words into 3 minutes is
A challenge.
pretty hard.
I apologize in advance.
Have to go to the gym for that. Rabbi Mendel runs the Chabad locally right here in Beverly. Live across the street in 471 Cabot. At the end of April, we actually had a very nice event in the Beverly Cove School, and the title was Radicalization. And something that was shared then, it wasn't anything new to me. I was in the classroom already prior to coming up to Beverly for 4 years, and being in education, the concept of traumatic invalidation was something that wasn't new to me. And if I could get this into 3 minutes to convey this, I think it will summarize all of what was discussed by Dr. Ellie and Elliot. Traumatic invalidation basically means that if your kid comes to school and he gets his eyes punched out, and then he comes back home, and you tell him, oh, you know what, just stay away from the bully of the class. You know, don't antagonize him. Don't say anything. That's an extreme case, obviously, of traumatic invalidation. And I don't even want to take the next step of inappropriate things that could happen to someone that's not validated. And the one challenge that I believe we have here today, and I know this because I had my own incident right here on Cabot Street just yesterday. Whoever wants to see could check up the police report. But there's definitely in the education system, and this is not specifically to Beverly, but we're in Beverly now, so we'll make it specifically to Beverly. There's definitely traumatic invalidation. And I'll be honest, I'm one that couldn't handle the heat, so I'm not in the kitchen. I drive my kids to Jewish day school in Brookline an hour and a half each way because I want to shelter them from such incidents. Either I can't handle the heat or I'm afraid that they can't. But there's a community here. I'm not going to lecture anyone about the incidents that happened just recently, and the incident that there's the entire Jewish community is still traumatized from last year. I hope everyone knows about that one. And the bottom line is, as people in education, and it's not only in education, everyone's an educator in any relationship that a person has, but we're going to speak education over here. Traumatic invalidation is just as bad as the one that performed the trauma. And when something happens to the Jewish community and there's a child that's in a state of trauma because of that, and it's not taken seriously or it's not taken to the fullest degree, and if you're very welcome to say that you're not sure what the fullest degree is, fair enough. So you reach out, you stay in contact. I'm available. There's rabbis that are available. As Dr. Ellie mentioned, there's protocol that's available. But when we sit by and we don't take it seriously and we don't take it with the proper sensitivity that it needs, it's really traumatic invalidation, and it will sit in a child, in an adult, and everyone else forever till it's resolved. And the only real response is when we do see something like that happen, we can easily, as human beings, dismiss it as a slogan. Hail Hitler, swastikas, child, young kid. But at the end of the day, They're being brought up in the Beverly education system, and that means that if there's anyone that can make a change, it's us. I think I was very clear. Have a great night.
Next on the list, Julie Zeff.
Good evening. My name is Julie Zeff. I'm a Beverly resident, a recently retired Beverly Elementary School teacher of 34 years, and a proud parent of 2 Beverly Public School graduates. I am also the incoming president of Temple B'nai Abraham, Beverly's only synagogue. I want to start by saying I love our community. I gave 34 years of my life to its children, and I raised my own children here. That is exactly why I am so deeply troubled when I learned that anti-Semitic graffiti and hate speech had been found at Beverly Middle School, and that this was not the first time. My heart sank. Our schools are supposed to be one of the safest places our children know. Every single student and staff member deserves to walk through the doors feeling safe, respected, and valued. I am genuinely grateful that Dr. Cushing, Chief Lalashore, and the president of the school committee, Lorinda Visnick, have been extremely responsive and supportive and are treating this matter with the seriousness that it deserves. Beverly has never been a community that makes room for hate. As anti-Semitism continues to rise across Massachusetts and around the world, I am grateful that our community leaders will do what is needed to fight anti-Semitism, extremism, and all forms of hate. Thank you.
Ms. Sherman. Yes, Ms. Sherman.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Sherman, 78 Water Street. I'm here tonight on behalf of the BTA to publicly thank the school committee for voting to move forward the critical needs budget for fiscal year 27. I appreciated that you took this responsibility seriously. You asked questions, you deliberated and participated in a democratic process to give school funding the consideration it deserves. Throughout the year, educators have been attending meetings in person and also watching from home. We have been paying attention because you make decisions that affect our work, our students, and our community. We felt heard. I now must ask, what is the point in this process if the work you do can be discarded? Your decision never made it out of the room. You prepared and discussed line items, and then on June 1st, Mayor Cahill proposed a budget almost $2 million lower than this body democratically agreed was an appropriate budget. He voted in dissent with the minority and moved his budget through. Some people might throw up their hands at this point and say, we tried. I can't do that. It's not in my nature, and it would be wrong. It's been widely understood up until now that the mayor can propose any budget he chooses. Then the city council can approve it or reduce it. This is true in most municipal departments, but not when it comes to education. Mass General Law provides a different path for school funding as long as the budget remains within the city's Proposition 2.5 limits. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 32, the City Council may, by 2/3 vote, increase the school budget to the amount that you proposed. The motion is simple. I move to increase the school budget appropriation from X to Y, the amount recommended by the school committee. So I am here tonight to say this. It is not over. We can work together to press the city council to honor the democratic decision of this group, which is based on what schools need. The city has more than $10 million in free cash reserves, as well as an additional $20 million in stabilization funds. In total, more than 18% of the city's total operating budget is being held in reserves. These rainy day funds could be used now to help stem the bleeding from our already underfunded schools. If the City Council fails to pass that motion by 2/3, it can still reject the mayor's proposal by a simple majority. The City Council and School Committee, with the help of our dedicated community, can then call for a budget that adequately funds our schools. I began tonight by thanking this committee because your vote showed that you stand with your educators and students. I believe it is our responsibility to support the budget that you voted forward and to implore the City Council to stand with us as well. Let's not give up now. The time is short, the stakes are high, and our students are counting on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Mr. Fiore. Mr. Melanson, you're on deck.
Thank you so much. You're right, I should. That better? Thank you. Hi, yeah, I am Casey Fiore, 78 Water Street. I am also the Beverly Teachers Association's representative to the Curriculum Instruction Student Life Committee. And I just wanted to share some reflections on my experiences on the committee and make a couple suggestions for the consideration of the members of this body over the summer, heading into next school year. I've shared some thoughts in the past and even some frustrations, and I want to quickly reiterate and clarify some of the ways in which I think this subcommittee could achieve more. CISL is set up to be the primary window through which elected members of the school committee and, by extension, the voting public look into daily life in our schools. My concern is, and has always been, that the window is much too narrow and does not give members of our school committee enough access to what we are seeing on a daily basis. For school committee members to be able to make informed decisions, they need to know what we're trying, what's working, what's not, where we're being confronted with challenges, and what kind of results we are having in overcoming them. Right. My past attempts to raise concerns and offer different perspectives have not always been welcomed, and we have missed a lot of really good opportunities, in my opinion, to explain important functions of the educational experience in Beverly Public Schools. To enhance your access to the work and lived experience of students and educators alike, I would like to just kind of float some ideas for modest changes to the structure and format of this subcommittee's meetings that could efficiently and effectively provide committee members with more and better tools to help guide decision-making district-wide. First, brief monthly reports from every school in the district documenting important goings-on should be provided in writing for the committee members, subcommittee members to review. This could also include brief spoken components similar to the way that we do student life updates, which is, I think pretty much everybody agrees, routinely one of the best parts of the meetings. But the primary goal would simply be to provide a survey of events and trends worth watching, which the members of the school committee could then inspect and offer feedback and raise questions about when you see fit. Right? Ideally, these reports could be developed collaboratively with administrators and educators alike. Second, in-meeting presentations should be limited to a manageable duration, which would promise appropriate time for members of the committee to provide meaningful feedback and ask questions. And third, which I think is very much tied to that, second, presentation materials should be provided to committee members in advance, perhaps 24, 48 hours in advance, customarily the case in the U.S. Congress. This could go a long way toward making these meetings more efficient and impactful. It would free presenters from having to explain like every little detail that's on their slides in real time and allow them to provide more concise explanations for their findings. Additionally, it would give committee members an opportunity to prepare thoughtful questions and enter this space with an eye toward deepening their understanding of the presentation. I really think that this kind of thing would make it so that you guys have the opportunity to reflect on what you're learning rather than just reacting in the moment to brand new information. These are just a few examples that I present for your consideration, and with hope that we go into the next school year with an open mind about what CISL can be. I think there are a number of opportunities for improvement that could make the subcommittee an essential tool in your decision-making process. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fiore. And now coming to the plate, batting righty, Mr. Melanson.
Hello, everybody. Green button. I'm doing something that I usually don't do, and that is kind of going off the cuff here a little bit. So, and it's funny you mention the Red Sox, 24 West Dane Street, by the way, because I have an analogy I'm going to end with. But first, I want to start positive. Helena Balante, your new student rep, is amazing. She was an incredible Puma student. She's an incredible employee. You could not have picked a better person. She's the bomb.com, as you would say, Lorinda. Second thing, I sat here, I think it was 2-ish weeks ago, watched a really robust, important discussion happen in this room about the budget, right? And I appreciate how difficult city finance is and the difficult positions we all find ourselves in today, right? And it was hard to follow along a little bit which budget we were talking about. There was pinks and purples and scrolls and small text, and eventually you got somewhere, you passed it. And then it was sort of like whoosh, and the hope was sort of gone a little bit. And I think a part of that critical needs budget, I believe, was a learning center teacher in the middle school. Recently I was told this week, coming into next year, that I could have upwards of 20 IEPs to start the year in my class. And so, Dr. Cushing, you started today's meeting with the music department about whatever we do, whatever decisions we make, they should be for kids. Now, that decision to cut that money, and I certainly do appreciate how difficult this year is. That did not help children. It did not help the future of our schools. I just hope that we continue the discussion. I hope we continue to discuss a plan moving forward. And there was a lot of Red Sox references tonight. I listened to sports radio on the way over, and I feel like you're talking about batting cleanup, and I feel like the Beverly Public Schools are sort of like the Red Sox a little bit right now. We've lost a lot of talent. Sutera's over at the Yankees, we changed the manager, but we have these streaks, and there's positive moments. You're going to hear Bev Ed tonight, from what I believe. You heard about the music department. We have amazing student representatives. The CISL presentation, when I was able to hear before the meeting, there's a lot of positive. I went to Beverly Public Schools. I'm a proud member. I'm a proud teacher here. I don't want to leave. But like the Red Sox, it's like they suck me back in every year. And then we go on these little losing streaks. The incidents of this week, and we have fake lockdowns, and we have overcrowded classrooms, and I have teachers, a colleague being sworn at. I have teachers being spit at. I'm seeing fighting, and I'm seeing children witness all of this. And I could go on, but it's like, what are we going to do? We can't sell the team, right? That's not going to happen. So what is the plan? Cutting staff can't be the plan. Just standing still and doing nothing can't be the plan. And Lisa will know, because I always talk to Lisa, and she's still here. I always say, I'm not going to come to you without some sort of suggestion. And one thing I talked about last year at the budget hearing was really trying to examine 5th grade at the middle school. I really think that's a discussion we need to dive into. We were able to bring them up to the middle school when the 5-through 8 model was discussed, and I know how hard it was, and I know how tremendously hard people worked, and the effort and the time put into that. But I just see it from the day-to-day. I really do think that could be one thing. And other thing, and I just want to let everyone in this committee know, and the room know, that I'm willing to partner with you in these discussions to make some change. Like, what is the big bat that's going to get the ball over that green monster? That's going to change the culture and change the streak to a more winning attitude. And I think that's all I want to say. And I hope to hear more discussion about it at these meetings. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Melanson. We have a very full agenda, so I'm going to move to the next item. Committee members, items by consensus. I'm looking for a motion to accept the warrants.
So moved.
Any questions on the warrants? All those in favor? All those opposed? It passes 8-1, Ms. Coelho. We are now on to the superintendent reports.
Thank you, President Visnick. If you'll just give me one moment. Too many tabs. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take a moment to thank the members of the class of 2026 for their awesome participation in the graduation exercises that were held at Hurd Stadium this past Sunday. But I also want to take a moment to thank the student leaders. Beverly's graduation, for anyone who has not attended and is paying attention, is a student-led event. They essentially handle it all with some assistance from leadership, but on the day of the event, it is all students. And I find that to be a really awesome way for the students to go out. I would also just say that I really appreciate how well-behaved everybody was. Sometimes graduations can lead to other unintended consequences, and I appreciate how our class of 2026 presented themselves. So I also want to take a moment to say that I use that, given the incidents that were spoken of, to put a call to action out in my speech for people to make sure that they cross the street, to make sure that they put themselves in harm's way for others, and that we really consider how to be kind in this world. And while some graduates may not have been looking and paying attention, because oftentimes graduation is more about the people in the stands than the graduates in the seats, because the parents have invested, the caregivers have invested. It's a really important day for a lot of people, and it is for the graduates, but they may not realize it in that immediate moment. But the reality is that my words were for everybody. All right, my words were that we're at a critical point in this country, and rise in anti-Semitism and other hatred. People talk about homophobia and transphobia, and I have a real problem with that, because a fear of something does not give you the right to hate. And simply because you're fearful, I hope people can be better in understanding, learning, and growing with their fellow humanity. So overall, though, exceptionally proud of how graduation came together, and I would like to give, and having been the person to make that call a few times, I would like to give Principal Thomas applause and kudos, because I think having it in the field house would have been a very sweaty affair. And he rolled the dice and came up aces. Well, there's a mixed metaphor if there ever was one. So, all right. At this time, I would like to call forward members of the Beverly Education Foundation, whose programs support district-wide initiatives through annual teacher and parent grants. They award competitive teacher grants to Beverly educators. They provide faculty and staff professional development and training grants to support new or established curricula. They support community events and organizations such as the Fall Frolic 5K Fun Run, the Beverly Main Streets, and the Cabot to provide visibility and support for Beverly Public Schools. Recognizes exemplary educators through annual Honor a Teacher program. Supports one-to-one learning initiative at Beverly High School to increase student achievement and engage 21st century teaching and learning environment. And finally, supporting STEAM education initiatives and science fairs at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. So, if you would come forward for the presentation of the 2026 grants, or would it be the 2027 grants?
Good evening. This is probably the coolest night. I love this night more than any other than maybe my birthday or my anniversary. But but it's always fun. It's fun to give away money. It's fun and great to be supportive of one of the best education systems in eastern Massachusetts. I don't know about western, but you guys are doing great work. And it's also a really fun night to see all of the people that are retiring. Gives me hope. There is light at the end of the tunnel for me, which is probably a couple of years away, but it's really fun to see those people retiring, but sad to see the loss of the quality of educators that we are also giving up to with their retirement. The first award that we give out tonight is for the one-to-one. We've been a supporter of the one-to-one for years. I can't even remember how many, is it like 20-something, 2015? It's 2011. It's been a wonderful program, and we like the whole idea of the digital use in the classrooms, but we also recognize the need to narrow the digital gap. And so we award to the directors of technology some money to support 20% support for those that really are in need. And so tonight I would like to give this first check to Stephen Palomo.
Doug and I'm Anna Green. I'm vice president. These are wonderful board members that show up every month working and thinking about what we can do to make education in Beverly better, brighter, and more full, helping kids. We fund our teacher parent grants by Honor a Teacher. Honor a Teacher is that annual campaign where we honor the teachers that do the work day in, day out. That money comes and we are able to then fund next year's grant. So the Honor a Teachers that you send in, and thank you all donors. If you're not here, become a donor. It's not hard to honor a teacher, but that money comes and then helps us fund the grants. So I'm going to award a grant here, but I see a couple of people I'd like to honor myself and the foundation as well, and they're sitting right here. And the first person I would like to honor is our new superintendent, Dr. Peter Cushing, for
Thank you.
Yeah.
The next one, we have been working together for years and years and years, maybe 15. But we appreciate everything that you've done, Lorinda, in the background, working with the Ed Foundation, working with the school committee. It has just been a pleasure and our honor to work with you, and we thank you for your efforts.
And the last honor teacher that we will hand out here tonight is also someone who stepped into the breach, into big shoes, and she's filling them very admirably, Lori Quill. I will start off with the first grant award, and this is something I'm very excited about. This was a submission from Historic Beverly, and Christina Yeager, the education officer there, knocked it out of the park, and what a timely time also. We're celebrating 400 years of Beverly and 250 years of our nation's. And she is put together a grant and talked about everybody knows the big story, but there's so much local story, so much local history here. And so this grant is to Historic Beverly, and it is for third graders district-wide, and they will have a booklet and a curriculum that meets curriculum standards for third grade for history, for American history. And we're very proud. Christine, are you in? Yes. I'm so glad that we're working with you.
I am too. Thank you so much.
And then we're going to just let our board take it away here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Humanities teacher Mark Harrison and reading specialists Amanda Viederhold and Kristen Walsh wrote a grant to improve morphological awareness for 5th and 6th graders. Morphology is the study of word parts, and building morphological awareness with students improves reading comprehension, spelling, and vocabulary. I am pleased to present this grant award to Mark, Amanda, and Kristen. And you're accepting.
Okay. What do you say? I'll accept it on their behalf, and we've let them know. Hi, everyone. I'm Tara Fitzpatrick. I'm another BMS rep after serving at North Beverly for a while. I'm here tonight because Courtney Larsey wrote a grant to help her students in the SSP program to have the opportunity to practice real-world and vocational social skills by starting a BMS coffee shop and coffee cart. I'm pleased to present this grant award to Courtney Larsey. We know each other from the soccer sidelines. All right, thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Catherine Barrett, and I've been on the board for about a dozen years now, and I'm proud to present this award to the high school. We're proud to recognize Beverly High School's AP Art Peabody Essex Museum multiple visit partnership, led by Eileen Marini, for creating a powerful connection between students and the Peabody Essex Museum through repeated hands-on engagement with art, culture, and creative practice. This project gives students the rare opportunity to experience original works in person, deepen their own artistic voices, and culminate their learning in a public exhibition that brings their work beyond the classroom and into the community. We are honored to support a program that expands access, inspires creativity, and leaves a lasting impact on students' learning and confidence. Ms. Marini was unable to attend tonight's meeting, but I think accepting on her behalf in the art department is Ms. Bella Penny. No, all right, I'll accept on her behalf.
Hello, I am Liesl Hacker. I'm the representative for Hannah Elementary School, and I am very proud to present two grants to Hannah tonight. So I have well, I'll explain it first, and then I'm going to tell a little story. So the first one is creative engineering. So we all know how important engineering is as a part of STEAM, and that students need a variety of materials to be engineers and to build and interact with these materials. So this grant is for a variety of materials that students can use to, they're like blocks that they can use to build, create. And the reason why the story today, and Mr. Wood, I'm so glad you're here, because I came home and my son was wearing a medal, which he hasn't taken off. I think all day long. He wore it in his after-school program. He wore it from the second he got it. And it was a medal that he got from Mr. Wood in STEAM class for building. And he said it was like, came down to the wire, maybe? I mean, did it come down to the wire? He gave me like a minute by minute. He was like, first we only did 10, and then another team did 15 layers or something. And then in the last second, we got to 23. I mean, he couldn't be more proud of this. And he's probably sleeping with the medal tonight. So I think that shows how important these materials are to be able to have programming like this in our elementary schools. So first award to Seton Wood, who is our STEM instructor. And he's a sports kid too. So this medal was like, wow. And then the second award tonight is an outdoor exercise course. And I first just want to say one of the recipients of this award is Roberta Brown, who's the PE teacher at Hannah and is retiring this year. And wow, is she going to be missed? I just want to put that on the record. Write it down, put it in your notes. She is an amazing, amazing PE teacher who is going to be so missed. I have two kids, one who loves sports and one who doesn't, actually despises sports, and they both love Miss Brown equally. So I think that says something about her ability to engage students and just be a part of every student's life at Hannah. So I'll miss her because she's a Steelers fan and we really go at it during drop-off. So I don't think Mr. Harwood's gonna be able to pick that up, but that's okay. So this is for a outdoor, basically kind of an outdoor education equipment kind of platform. So it's gonna be hands-on and be like an installation of age-appropriate exercise stations to promote strength, coordination, balance, cardiovascular health. I hope we name it after her or have some sort of tribute to her as part of this. Because I feel like it's a legacy that she can leave. But it's going to really foster health, connection, and responsible youth development. So I will also, Mr. Wood was also a part of that application too. So I will give, and Mr. Harwood, Trevor Harwood, so.
Hi, I'm Erin Brewer. I'm representing Cove School. And our recipient is not here, but I wanted to give her some credit for her grant proposal. So the recipient is Amy King, and she wrote a grant request for her comfort pets at Cove. Have you guys heard of the comfort pets? Cove has comfort chickens. There's other animals as well. I've never imagined animals with beaks to be comforting. Children love them. There are others. But the thing that really drew me in was I grew up horseback riding, like taking care of horses, taking care of dogs, taking care of cats. And one of the things my parents taught me was there's something really humbling about taking care of an animal that is completely reliant on your care and your compassion and your empathy to take care of their well-being. And hearing the open comments that were made earlier and just knowing this world as a whole, I was really inspired when I read her grant because I thought she was going to request money for food for these pets and like that's about it. But she wants to include programming that encompasses a little bit like horticulture. She wants to teach the kids how to grow the food that the animals will then rely on. And I think that teaches such a high level of empathy, responsibility, and compassion that the world could use some more of. And I love that she wants to start that at such a young age. So unfortunately, Amy's not here to receive it. I'm going to give it to Kate Twombly on her behalf. But Amy deserves a lot of credit for this.
Oops. Does it bend? Oh, okay. I'll just talk. Hi, I'm Lisa Crowell. I'm the representative for North Beverly Elementary School, where my two boys attend, 2nd and 4th grade. I'm excited to give two grants. The first, and I practiced this, hopefully I say this right, is the Glockenspiel. Okay, I had it right. Glockenspiel for young composers. This innovative project will give North Beverly students more opportunities to create, compose, improvise, and perform music while building confidence and music literacy skills. With this grant, North Beverly will be able to add 3 new Glockenspiels to the 8 instruments already in the program, bringing the school one step closer to the ultimate goal of having an instrument available for every student. And when I heard that like, I wanted to cry because I grew up in Connecticut and everyone had, like we had an instrument, like every instrument for every student. So I didn't realize how shortage that the music program. So I'm so happy to give you this award. And this award goes to Kelsey O'Hare. And the second award, Building Number Sense Through Multisensory Math Instruction, is a collaborative project that will bring hands-on inclusive math tools into the classroom, helping students with diverse learning needs. better understand and engage with mathematical concepts. Thank you for your commitment for creating equitable learning opportunities and helping every student build confidence and success in math. And this award goes to Maggie Berger, Christina Moffett, and Jenny Kelly.
Good evening, Mike Osborne. I'm the Centerville rep. I have the honor of presenting one grant to Centerville and one grant to the McEwen School. First with Centerville, the project name is Bringing Phonics Home, Strengthening Family Literacy Partnerships in Kindergarten. And this is going to provide and help Cynthia Santasuaso, the instructional coach at Centerville, develop a library of decodable books appropriate for kindergarten students to borrow and read with their families at home. And with the help of Ms. Santasuaso and the kindergarten teachers, they will pick books that are appropriate for kindergartners and allow them to bring them home and return them to school to help provide additional student reading practice at home to enhance the instruction in the classroom. So I have the honor of presenting this grant to Cynthia Santasuaso and Julie Smith. And with respect to the McEwen School, Lindsay Sanborn, the teacher, and Melissa McKinnon, the administrator. This grant will allow McEwen to expand indoor gross motor, collaborative building, and obstacle course materials to provide these young learners, ages 3 to 5, with diverse developmental profiles, including students receiving special education services. It will prioritize movement, problem solving, social emotional growth, and executive functioning as they build the foundation for kindergarten readiness. This will it will provide structured, purposeful indoor movement and collaborative construction opportunities, particularly during inclement weather when outdoor play is limited. They do not have access to separate enrichment classes at McEwen, such as PE, art, or music, so this grant will be used to provide that indoor equipment to enhance their education and their kindergarten readiness at McEwen. So this grant goes to Lindsay Sanborn. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Aiello. I'm the AIRS representative. This year, the second grade team at AIRS wrote a grant in support of second grade Wit and Wisdom curriculum to purchase high quality supplemental texts for their civil rights movement module. These texts will introduce students to some lesser known influential figures whose contributions played a critical role in advancing civil rights. So currently the curriculum highlights 3 central figures, Martin Luther King Jr., Ruby Bridges, and Sylvia Mendez, and while their stories are essential, the addition of supplemental texts will allow students to explore the work of other leaders and activists such as Bayard Rustin and Diane Nash. So I am pleased to present this award tonight to the second grade team. I don't believe anyone was able to make it or Mrs. Hart, so I will accept it on their behalf. Thank you.
Mr. Doug or Miss Anna, would you want any concluding remarks? I think we're through the list, are we? All right, my body, I realize we have a very late evening. I'm going to ask for a 3-minute recess. 3 minutes, 9 o'clock, straight up, we're going again. All right, we're back. Oh, sorry. I thought you were over there. I got tricked. Okay, we're back in. Late, definitely late. It's always great to celebrate. Just want to review something earlier. We heard from the band about the bus policy. So for those people watching at home, we have a policy that says our buses need to stay in state. And they had 2 big buses going to their band trip, and they had a few more children, and so we actually voted as a body to set that policy aside and let one of our smaller vans make the trip and go out of state so the last few children could get to go on that trip. So the policy is now back in place if we need to do it. One of them mentioned doing it again. We would have to take that vote again. So again, you heard how wonderful that was for some number of children who otherwise wouldn't have gotten to go on the trip. So I want to also express my gratitude to this body for entertaining that, for somebody finding that policy and bringing it forward to our attention, and then letting that be a possibility. Okay, Dr. Cushing, we are now on, we're still in your reports on item B.
One moment. Share. I'd also like to let everybody know that Bethany and Andre are on Zoom with us, just so that everyone is aware. No, they've been here from the start. Okay. All right, so next on the agenda is a review of fees, which I have titled Fee Advisory Committee. And so I took some time to put together a proposed structure and timeline. So came up with a purpose for the work so that the fee and sustainability, figuring out how to make fees sustainable, will conduct a comprehensive review of all existing student and family fees within the Beverly Public Schools and evaluate whether additional fees should be considered to support and sustain high-quality academic, athletic, arts, and extracurricular programming. Committee will examine the current fee structure, regional comparisons, program costs, equity considerations, participation rates, potential impacts on students and families, and the committee's work will culminate in a set of recommendations to me and you for consideration during the FY28 budget development process. All right. Committees are really great, except when there are too many people. This is a draft, open to any suggestions that people may have, but looking for school and district representatives, a total of 6. The program representatives for high school athletic director, performing arts, music, theater representative, looking at school committee representatives of 3 maximum. We might want to reduce that to 2 for any posting or anything like that to avoid any open meeting law violations or anything on that. But I initially wanted to start with 3 just in case the group wanted to even consider it a subcommittee, or maybe it's an ad hoc committee or something along those lines. Parents, caregivers, 2, representing different grade levels. Again, open to trading out positions, hearing people's thoughts on those types of things. This is not an asterisk item on the agenda, so it's for information and we can always come back to it. Excuse me. And community representatives, so community members with experience in finance, business, nonprofit, leadership, recreation, arts, or public policy. They might not have children currently in the Beverly Public Schools, but might be able to provide expertise in those areas. Then, looking at some responsibilities, and I'm not going to read all these for you, but the 4 big ones are to review existing fees, analyze key factors, evaluate potential new fees, and develop recommendations. So really to give the committee a charge to make sure that they're staying on target, staying within expectations. Again, these are all recommendations for you to consider. And a brief timeline with a agenda heading. All right, so I have some more detailed thoughts. I got through about December. So September 26, committee launch. October, fee analysis for existing. November 2026, really a regional comparison. December 2026, new fees. January 2027, equity and accessibility review. February 2027, public input. March, draft recommendations. April, final report adoption, and May, school committee presentation. Now, I will be clear that I think we may have to work and play with this timeline a little bit to fit within the budget season. But just trying to think about how busy everybody is, 15 people coming together, those types of considerations of how to spread it out so people are able to participate was a key factor in this initial. But I do want to be clear with everybody that I see this as needing to change. And I believe that's my last slide. Yep. But if there's any discussion or thoughts, or if we just want to hold, but.
Ms. Robinson, sorry.
Just a quick question. How would people apply and by when?
So if we want to start in September, I'd look for us to really discuss and I guess vote on this in the, we might not need a vote, it's just superintendent prerogative
Right.
as part of the
I don't-
operations.
This is not going to be my committee, so it's going to be just like the MTSS thing.
So
Excuse
we'll-
me? And
we'll-
so it's your committee. It does not require a vote. You are allowed to do ad hoc committees. And yeah, you can solicit your inputs however and whenever you wish. Maybe in your next memo, you could put the call out for the parentals. And maybe, I don't know, we probably got to hit reverse 911 to get community members.
So what I'd look to do is a Google form. I'd actually probably go back to when I did a reopening during COVID. I'd look to that form, which was fairly robust to, figure out the right participants. But I also don't want it to be the right participants. I want to find the people who want to be really involved. While I want some degree of expertise in certain areas, I don't want that to preclude people from feeling like they can contribute and be part of this conversation. So what I'd do is I'd put together a Google form, share it out through my memos, reverse 911, and any other opportunity too. This summer I'm going to be connecting with faith groups in the city, churches, see how we can maybe push things out through their channels, really try to work together with multiple organizations across the city to really start messaging communications to not just the Beverly Public Schools.
Yes, Mr. Taylor.
I think you'd want to be really clear that this committee was yours, because on the initial slide that we saw, there was something about this being a committee of both the superintendent and the school committee, I believe. And if it's a committee of the school committee, it's subject to open meeting, and we have to post agendas and all that rigmarole. If it's, however, a committee of the superintendent, that's probably not a technical legal term, but anyway, if it's a committee of the superintendent, you don't have to do that. So let's make sure our language is really, really clear.
Ms. Ducharme.
I think it's, Member Taylor, I appreciate your point. His slide says that the work will culminate to a set of recommendations to the superintendent and the school committee, so I think he's covered. But I wonder, my question, Dr. Cushing, if you don't mind, can you go to your timeline slide? Because I know you and I have talked about budget cycle and maybe starting the cycle sooner. I do appreciate that, starting in September, and then you need to give some time for the work, and you want the work to be effective, I'm sure. I know I do, I'm sure everybody else does. So I wonder if there's a way to condense the work in the beginning months so that we have some analytics and information just a little bit sooner. That's, I guess, my suggestion, because you asked for some, so that's what I offer.
I appreciate that. I do.
Yes, I would just echo that, Dr. Cushing. For any group that comes together, there's always a season for getting the work done, right? And that's a it's a long window. So I would say there probably is a month in there you could fit in a couple meetings, and then maybe again a couple. We know what the busiest times are that you really got to be careful of, but you get the right group of people together and you can kind of mesh the schedules and you just bang out the work at a couple of key points. And we definitely are going to want to hear from you and the recommendations of the committee well in advance of May. So,
Ms. Coelho?
I also get his point with a few of those weeks, because if he wants some school committee members as well as school teachers and staff on there, in November, we usually only have 1 or 2 meetings because of school vacations. Same with December. January, we usually have a week off. February, we have school vacation, so we usually miss a meeting. Same with April vacation as well.
All right, so I'm going to just say that I will pile on here, and then I'll ask us to go to the next item on your agenda. I believe we already did a lot of the existing fee analysis, and because of kind of where we were this year, we didn't bring it forward. So I don't know that we need to dedicate a month, and this is going to be your committee, and far be it from me to tell you how to run your committee. However, I don't believe I believe we have a lot of that data already, and so if you do compress the schedule, I think that is an area where we could compress.
I appreciate all the feedback, and we'll definitely make those changes. Thank you. I also do want to say that, too, we will be starting in full earnest the Parent Advisory Council next year for LGBTQIA+. That will be in full effect. And just some I want to be clear that, that's in line with our committees and some recent concerning emails about our pride flag raising at our high school from parents or caregivers or whoever from across the internet sphere show a great degree of misinformation and disinformation that is now flooding both mine and Mr. Thomas's inbox. And I am responding to everyone, letting them know that they have received misinformation and disinformation, and that I don't appreciate the hate speech that is now being sent in many cases. It's not just Beverly people, because it's been put out to the World Wide Web. So just to be clear, sorry, I know I'm off agenda, but school committee calendar FY27. I believe it is in your packets with any changes, updates, and those issues, and that is an asterisk item. So I wanted to make sure that if anyone had any further comment on that, but to take a vote so we can post, and then calendar all of these. You'll once it's approved, the way it'll work for the future is you'll all receive the Zoom links will be preloaded. The calendar invites will be sent to everybody by the end of this week, so that there'll be no question, no doubt on times, place, and all those good things.
I'm looking for a motion to approve the calendar.
So moved.
Thank you, Lindsay. Second?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Coelho. I know there were some emails flying around trying to note some different dates and times. Is there anyone, excuse me, allergies are driving me batty. Is there anyone who has like a massive problem? Yes, Ms. Ducharme?
I just want to suggest that perhaps the policy subcommittee, if you guys want to think about getting some placeholders on here, that would need to be, like, we can approve this. I'm just thinking it'd be good at some point to get some schedules in there as you pull them together, and then we don't have to revise the calendar a bunch of times. We could just do it once, if that works.
Yes, Ms. Robinson.
At our last meeting, I believe we just brought up, first of all, the committee, the whole retreat, if that was actually happening in August as well as at the end of June. And we thought that at our retreat in June, maybe we should discuss how we should handle our student advisory meetings so that more people can participate.
So in June, which is, the meeting in June is actually being listed as a training, not a retreat. So there's, the little nuance in the language also kind of goes to how we post things. And so I do expect that August will be a retreat, and I have a presentation coming up. We're going to talk about the superintendent evaluation process, and it was at the retreat last year in August that we heard the first kind of wave of what was our superintendent's goals for the year. Now, probably, I don't remember, Ms. Coelho, if you were there or not. I honestly don't remember. But for most of the people around this table, they didn't have that opportunity. So it's at that retreat that we typically hear the superintendent's plan for the year. We talk about opening the schools, and so in that retreat, we absolutely can do that. We can talk about the student advisory. I would, so just to be very clear, the thing June 30th is my calendar, if my calendar brain is right, is a training. It's not a retreat. This calendar has a retreat on it. What I have in my brain right now is that we will, amongst other things, hear from the superintendent about district improvement plans and his goals. And Ms. Ducharme, I'll call on you in a minute. And there was something else that I was going to say. Relative to student advisory, when Miss Abel was in this chair and she had them, a lot of times it was you and her and me and one child, right? Dr. Cushing and I have been able to go into the high school and meet with, I don't know, last time we were there were at least 30 children that we met with. The very first time there were maybe only 12. We're going in during an advisory block. We're taking food. So it really helps get the children in the room, and we've had some really good conversations with them. So relatively speaking, if I just look at those, we've done two or three? Three. We've done 3 so far in this new model versus the old model of trying to get kids to come on Zoom. And this model was actually suggested to us from Delia. So we can certainly talk about it some more, absolutely. I think that as a general rule of thumb, when people have asked things get on the agenda, they get on the agenda. But I just want to give that background because I don't even know that most of you knew that Dr. Cushing and I were doing that, so.
No, I appreciate that you saying that this is that the retreat is until August and the training, because I personally wasn't aware that it was a training instead of a retreat. So I appreciate that clarification, and I think that's great. You meet them where they are, and that's
exactly.
And if we could maybe even just get, maybe we could get permission from the students to record that or something, or that we could hear what they have to say, because I think that that's a very valuable voice for us. So I'm just glad that it's happening.
Cool.
It's great.
Mr. Sharp.
I just want to pile on to that. When we talked about that, thank you, sorry. When we talked about that, when you brought that up at the last meeting and I said, can you send me an email? I did mention it to President Visnick, and it was at that time that I was thinking, or we were thinking, that it would be a retreat. And then it was through conversation with the folks that are helping us plan the agenda for the day and with legal counsel that we decided to call it. That was literally just over the last couple of days. So I just wanted to let you know that I did acknowledge that you wanted to have that addressed, and that it wasn't the conversation about it being shifted from a retreat to a training, like I said, was only over the last couple of days. So as the one who's been sending out the emails, I didn't want anybody to think that that was information not being
my
shared.
bad.
I just haven't had a chance to.
My bad. All right, there's a motion on, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam President. What day is the now training?
June 30th.
June 30, Tuesday, June 30, correct?
I don't know what day it is, but it's June 30th. Yeah.
And then there's a retreat on August 19th, what I'm seeing. Okay, got it. Just trying to understand. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, so there's a motion on the table to approve our meeting schedule. I'll just also go on record as saying we inevitably make a motion to change it. However, we have to start somewhere. All those in favor of, yes, Mr. Taylor?
I'm just asking a question. We don't need to decide this right now, but I'm just going to put it out there. Do we need this thing that says Beverly City Council meetings, ... at City Hall? Because we're going to be destroying City Hall at some point to do some things to it, I think. But I'm just throwing that out there.
The note, I appreciate that. The note is to kind of remind us, we don't want to ever schedule a meeting on a Monday or on the every other Monday, regardless of where city council holds their meetings. We don't want to conflict our meetings with theirs, especially because we usually get a city councilor at our FNF meetings. Yes, Mr. Mayor?
And the city charter does not allow any other meetings to be scheduled at the same time as regularly scheduled city council meetings, first and third Mondays, sometimes Tuesdays, remember, if there's a Monday holiday. Thanks.
Oh, Mayor Mike from the left field with the charter, reference. Okay. All right, there's a motion on the table. All those in favor? Any opposed? 9-0. What do you got next, boss?
So, I am here to provide you the first glimpse of entry findings. A about 25-page report will be sent to you this weekend. I'm just refining and fine-tuning and grammar checking and editing and cross-referencing, and then I want to add an appendix with some just data that you can access and click easily through between various previous plans for the district. Sorry, it's been a long day. Just like waking up at 4 a.m. today. So to also provide you easy access to DESE resources, all the types of things that you might want to look at that were part of my look and analysis of this. In all honesty, this was probably more challenging than a dissertation working with 4 other people. You know, some of the stuff that I want to be clear about is that this report of entry findings reflects the voices of our district, conducted nearly 100 interviews, read lots of documents over time, forgot that I'd read lots of documents just in the normal operation of business. And so really wanted to include in these voices a story that district data, adopted policies, and established structures tell. The narrative articulated by our organizational culture, the climate, systemic efficacy that defines the lived experiences within our communities. A narrative of the Beverly Public Schools is articulated through the diverse voices and authentic perspective of our students. And I deliberately put students first, all right, because we need to foreground our students in everything that we do. I said that earlier this evening. It is very easy to forget why we're here, all right, when we don't necessarily see students on a daily basis, all right, in our work. I'm saying as committee members, as, you know, central office leaders, those types of things. And, you know, it takes effort and it takes a responsibility to make sure that we don't sidebar our students, our faculty, our families, our community partners, elected leadership, and, you know, our staff as well. I mean, I've had lots of conversations with members of our transportation department and many conversations with our food service workers and, you know, those people that, you know, teach our kids in a different way. All right, there's the formal curriculum and then there's the informal curriculum of how they see people and how they connect with people and how they work with our employees. So through all of this work, the ultimate focus has been on how we collectively can create an incredible experience and of excellence for all of our students. This work of leading and educating our youth is not easy and requires the following: complex change, right? And so one of the things we need to look over the next several years is how do we approach change? How do we understand how to leverage people's feelings, people's beliefs to advance change for the benefit of our students? Comprehensive funding support. All right, we've heard over the last several weeks here that, you know, funding is an ongoing concern, and there's no doubt that the mayor and the city have contributed substantial resources to the schools over the last several years. A structural deficit is one where the structures of the funding are the challenge. It's not necessarily the will of the people doing it. It's what are we living, what do we have available to us? An unwavering commitment to equity. All right. And one part of equity is the difficult nature of having to send that email to co-author that message to our middle school families, and to hear the voices of our community here this evening and the collective work that we have to do. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the Southern Poverty Law Center sees New England as one of the highest increases of hate incidents in the country. And I forget who I was speaking with today on one of my rides, and I was talking about how I thought we were more insulated from these events than others across the country. And just, I'll be honest, the emails concerning our pride flag at our high school are disturbing and concerning, that we have that level of aggressive hate confronting schools and school children. And I'll be clear about that. And, but I will be clear about that type of stuff doesn't fly with me. As I said to the Salem Evening News, I'm not sweeping things under the rug. I've had numerous conversations with Rabbi Emma from the temple, who's in covering for Rabbi Adler. I have emailed with the Boston Holocaust Museum initially, have received messages and not been able to respond thus far to the Lapin Center, and have worked with Dr. Morgan to try to figure out how are we going to build a comprehensive plan to address and support students so that their personal beliefs, as misguided as they may be, do not turn into hate towards others. Strong partnerships with students, staff, families, and the overall community. I want to thank Mr. Taylor. He's done a really great job this year in advocating for how do we communicate better to the overall community. He's provided some great ideas that I really look forward to making actionable moving forward. And it's just, it's one of those things of time and effort, and many districts, I shouldn't say many, but I know of several school districts our size who have a communications director to assist with these types of things. A sustained focus on continuous improvement and student success. So the mission of the Beverly Public Schools, in italics there, is to maximize academic achievement and personal growth to enable all students to compete within a global economy. I would suggest as we head into our next strategic planning phase that we should examine what those words mean, if those words are still applicable to our mission, how we might want to expand, change, grow, or just leave the same. But at least a conversation should be had. The core values of the district. So these I want to be very clear about core values. Core values are those lines in the sand that when they are violated, when somebody offends or impacts those core values, there is a response, okay? Be it a violation of personal, I have my personal core values in there that I've shared with you previously, or the core values of a district. And so earlier this year, I used a quote from Sean Connery from the movie The Untouchables about what are you prepared to do? And what are we prepared to do? What Beverly Public Schools do we want to have? Do we want schools of excellence that rival any in the Commonwealth? And if we rival any in the Commonwealth, we rival any in the country. Or do we not want that? Whatever that may mean. So these personal core values, so the core value is developing potential for excellence in all students, providing access to rigorous programs of study, creating environments that foster belonging, value human differences, and promote cultural proficiency. And we don't foster belonging when students do hateful graffiti in places in our school, as an example. Sorry to keep banging the drum. I'm just trying to make sure that everyone sees a through line and a connection. So my personal core values, I've talked about them before, but just quickly, operating with integrity and stakeholder communications, prioritizing teaching and learning in all forms is crucial, recognizing the importance of the whole student experience, reinforcing high academic and social expectations for all students, collaborating with stakeholders to create a vision for Beverly's future, and acting to create a culture that actively supports a feeling of belonging and respect for all. In this report of entry findings, what I really tried to do was I tried to take our work this year on the budget and the budget priorities, all right, and to really see those budget priorities as 4 pillars, okay, that can guide our work as a group through this entry process. And if I remember correctly, the school committee actually has a policy requiring the superintendent to submit an annual report on the health and welfare, I would say, of the district. And so when I was looking for that earlier this year, and this entry report is, I would say, the first of those. This entry report is definitely heavily text-based, so you're going to need your reading glasses. But in the future, to move to a more engaging infographic display that will give easy to digest information. But I really wanted to make sure with this first entry findings, this first, call it an annual report, if you may, to really lay out the findings as they are. So the 4 that are derived from those 4 budget priorities that you, in your meetings with me, helped to develop are to provide robust and diversified student learning opportunities, establish comprehensive student supports in a responsive and adaptive learning environment, developing and refining systems and opportunities to support student belonging, engagement, and learning, and enhanced communication with stakeholders. And so I'm just going to go through, as it is already 9:35. I'm going to go through the headings and the strengths and the opportunities, and then I will provide for you this weekend as part of my evidence, and we can talk about it at the next meeting as well, to really give you an opportunity to dig in, but to also then make sure that it's published for everyone. So the first is to provide robust and diversified student learner opportunities. So the strengths are our educators and our educational leaders. All right, and we're going to come back to them in a little bit, but our educators and our educational leaders. I also want to be clear that there's one section of my entry report that does call out the strike and that does speak to healing and moving forward from that. But I felt that it would be sweeping under the rug if we don't directly confront those things that we know impact our daily work and the ability to move forward at times and to heal those wounds. So strengths, educators and educational leaders. Curriculum adoption has been really phenomenal through the last few years and has put the district in an exceptionally good position and moving from this curriculum adoption phase to a curriculum refinement phase. So focus areas for continued success, expanding and building upon career and technical education. As I've said numerous times, we have 181 students who applied to Essex Tech. 51 is now the Beverly number. So for 130 students who may have been considering a career in technical education, how do we respond to that clear need? There will be grants coming out for our high school right now is comprehensive in the sense that we have built in the After Dark programs, we have built in the career pathways, but a comprehensive high school in the traditional sense is more robust with more CTE programs. We are a comprehensive high school. How do we make ourselves more comprehensive? Multi-tiered systems of support is a definite area for providing robust and diversified student learning opportunities. And I want to be clear that you may see that actually move in the report to the next section, all right, because I think it might match up better with the title in the next section. And then sustaining excellence through strategic investment. How are we investing in the Beverly Public Schools? How are we having difficult conversations with individuals who are upset about a trash fee when those are the types of resources that might help all city operations? That might, when we look at it, I I remember paying $75 a month for independent trash fee when I lived in Air, Massachusetts, which was $900 a year for 35 gallons. So I respect and understand, and have said numerous times at this microphone, I understand the pain and the suffering of inflation that has just crossed 4%. I get it. But we need to invest in our schools. We need to make sure that we continue, as the mayor has done, to divert as much as we can without abandoning city operations. It's a delicate balance. So strengths for established comprehensive student supports in a responsive and adaptive learning environment. This is where under focus areas for continued success, where MTSS will go, and it's not a typo. Special education is in both buckets. Because as maligned as some people are toward our special education operations, there are also tremendous words of success. There are so many parents that I've spoken to who have talked so positively and glowingly about their experience in special education. And as Emma says numerous times, two things can be true. Other people may have challenging experiences. So we need to continue to work on those things. So strengths, student attendance. We were just recognized by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We have invested in the Connects program, all right? And much of that has fallen to cuts. Now, there were strategic choices and strategic decisions, but they are the findings. And national recognition for the Beverly High School Counseling Department. One of only 2 RAMP, and I don't remember the acronym right here in front of me, it is in the findings. One of 2 high schools in Massachusetts to receive this national distinction. Moving forward to the third pillar, long-range strategic planning and prioritization to support student belonging, engagement, and learning. A strong investment in instructional coaching, curriculum leadership, and educator capacity building. Professional development is frequently 2 days a year, staff meetings maybe, and some half days if you're fortunate to have them. Job-embedded professional development with coaches and curriculum leaders is really critical. On-demand ability to meet with someone, to talk, to better your practice, to better your trade, to hone your skills is really what makes education soar. The district improvement plan. The district improvement plan that is currently in existence represents a strength of the district to help move the district forward. And that is not something that will be completely abandoned as we move forward into, how do we develop a strategy to make the Beverly Public Schools great? So there's a lot of really good elements there. Focus areas for continued success, capital planning, developing a robust capital plan so that it's not information held in various places. This is the Beverly Public Schools capital plan. These are the things that are coming due, and these are the priorities that we have to consider when we're thinking about it. And I would honestly say blessed, for lack of a better term, at 942, for a shared services agreement and amazing people who work with us, like John Coffey, like Mike Collins, like Jake Pike, like Peter, like many others in our DPS that supports the schools. I want to be very clear. That is a gift for the Beverly Public Schools. And then an opportunity to establish a long-term strategic planning framework. Ms. Brown shared with me today that Lexington has a 10-year plan. I was thinking more along the lines of a 5-year plan, but a 10-year plan actually is somewhat exciting to me, because how are we planning through tough financial times to make sure that we are somewhat insulated and prepared? And I give tremendous respect to the mayor and Brian Ailes for the work that they've done. the reality is, though, is that the city of Beverly, the residents are going to have some tough decisions to make in the near time. And it all comes back to the question of what Beverly Public Schools do you want to have? And so then closing out, enhanced communication engagement with stakeholders. We do have strong community engagement and partnership with various organizations, but it needs to be expanded. There's no doubt that it needs to be expanded, all right? And that those strong community engagement pieces might be more pockets and have the ability to spread across larger areas. And then establishing a parent and caregiver university as a strategic investment. How are we supporting parents to know what's the best way to read to your child when they're 1 or 2 years old if you never had that yourself? All right, and you may not be college educated, or even if you are college educated, all of a sudden, as somebody was saying yesterday to me from out and about Beverly, I got this little potato that smiles and giggles and can hear things, but not doing much right now. But how do we know how to read and engage with? So these right now are the subject headers. There may be 1 or 2 more that make their way in. As I've been thinking over the last couple of days around district safety, we have amazing plans, amazing people working on them, and amazing infrastructure that the city has invested millions of dollars into to make sure that these schools are secure. And all of that is to be applauded. So that right now is the overview of the entry plan. Yeah, you will receive it. If anybody wants a paper copy, I'm happy to make sure it gets delivered to your house personally. But I mean that sincerely, because if you don't have a printer or you want it, just shoot me an email and I'll make sure you get it, because it will be, between 25 and 30 pages or so. And unless there are any questions, and I'm running out of the ability to speak because I forgot my water, we'll move to the parent and caregiver handbooks.
Do you want a motion?
Yes, Mayor Mike.
I'll make a motion. We approve the FY27 student parent caregiver handbooks.
Second.
Thank you. If you were here early, you heard a little discussion about this at CISL. Ms. Ducharme, do you want to say anything about, summarize what was said at CISL about the handbook?
Sure. So the breakdown is essentially, I will say this. Our policy says that we have to review handbooks on an annual basis. The handbook was recently reviewed, and the district is not looking to make any changes. And so really what I think is being asked of this body is that we adopt the handbook moving forward without any changes to it.
And from a letter of the law point of view, there are minor changes. I think I heard like caregiver instead of parents,
I forgot
right?
to mention that. That's correct. You
But-
did hear that correct. I'm sorry, there are
Like I said, the letter of the law.
Yep, no, I appreciate you calling that out. Yes, I believe there were, I'm going to call on Ms. Brown, changing parents to caregivers, and
The
were
only
there
other-
pronoun changes as well? What
Yeah,
were we?
some of those, but the
Yeah.
only other thought was if legislation changes between now and the beginning of the year on
About
the
the cell
bell to
phone ban.
bell,
Yeah.
then we would have to revisit it at the beginning of the year, or when that happens.
Terrible job on my part,
No,
coming out of
it's
CISL.
fine.
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry,
That
what,
is
Mayor
accurate.
Mike? The issue comes on the cell phone ban. So the handbook talks about how we implement we have it in both our middle school and our high school, and it's implemented differently in the 2 buildings. And the proposed legislation
Understood. Thanks.
will be different than how Principal Thomas is implementing it at the high school right now. So if the legislation passes, the handbook will have to be updated to reflect a different implementation at the high school. Yes, Mr. Taylor?
20-second question. How does the handbook differ from our policies?
We as a committee have a policy manual, but the handbook is a totally separate guideline for parents, students, faculty. The policy manual that we have is for the committee, and it is specific to how we run the district and what boundaries we have around any specific area mentioned in any specific policy. So it's not the policy. This is really a handbook specific to students and faculty. Is that a fair answer?
Wouldn't it be students and parents, caregivers, not faculty? Faculty would be a different.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong. Go ahead.
Well, no, it can be a resource for teachers too, but, to use in terms of with students. But it's not they have their own handbook for faculty handbook, yeah.
I was just wondering, 'cause-
I'm going to ask the committee if you want to speak. I know we're pretty loose, and I know it's late. I'm going to ask you that you raise your hand, and then I will call on you. Ms. Lennox, I believe, no, I lied. Ms. Frost, I thought you were getting ready to raise your hand, and so I want to give you an opportunity to talk.
I just wanted to say that the student handbook delineates things that aren't really appropriate for school committee policies, like an 87 is a B. That's not an appropriate thing for school committee. It's down in the weeds. I'm sorry to
don't
speak
be.
over people, but it's, yeah.
Okay, I'm looking around the room. Are there any more questions before we vote on whether to accept the student handbook? All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes 9-0. Is it my turn? All right, we are now on item 7, school committee president reports. And the very first item we have is our norms and protocols. And although it says for a second reading and vote, I believe that's about a 10th reading and vote. And I'm first want to say I am very appreciative that this committee, especially thank you, Ms. Ducharme, for running the meeting when I could not be here because I was in my exam period. That said, I am disappointed that we have not yet voted on this, and I'm disappointed that we continue to argue with whether we're going to use technology in our meeting or not. I believe I have been very clear. It is not just whether you can or cannot do it. It is a matter of respect for each other. It is a matter of being here fully present. And I would ask my educators, do you want your children in your classroom on their devices when you're trying to teach them? Do you honestly think that people can multitask? Yes, Ms. Robinson.
I feel like when the device is being used, when you can look at the information being provided during the meeting on the device, yes, I think that's important. And I actually do have a suggestion for how we might phrase this when the time comes.
The time is now. I'm looking for a motion to accept norms and protocols.
So moved.
Second.
Yes, Ms. Robinson.
Okay, so I just, the paragraph that addresses the use of electronic devices, I just had a suggestion about how we might phrase it. So members should exercise professional judgment in their use of electronic devices during meetings, ensuring that such use does not interfere with their ability to remain attentive, engaged, and fully present in school committee discussions. Members should also remain mindful that electronic communications created during meetings may constitute public records and be subject to open meeting law.
Yes, Mr. Mayor Mike, sorry.
Thanks, Madam President. Ms. Robinson, I like your language. I think, however, I think the first two sentences really cover the crux of this all. And so I think the language that's there really already works. You know? I mean, just looking at it, what do you think? Mm-hmm.
I'm using this during the meeting.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like, I
You're-
feel like
Right.
sometimes we're doing that.
You're using it consistent with the first two sentences, is the point. I think that's the key, right? Remain mindful, use of electronics during meetings should be related to school committee business only. personal communication or unrelated electronic activity should be avoided. I think it covers it.
Yeah, can I speak again?
Yes, please do.
If a personal matter requires attention, members should step outside the meeting room and return when able. I just feel like that is, like, I don't like to leave this table. The first committee meeting I ever watched, I saw Mayor Cahill leave the table, and I saw him be publicly scolded for leaving the table. And I don't think that that's fair to do to somebody. If somebody's texting, a family member's texting you quick, and you just have to answer, I don't want to leave the table for that. And I'm just saying that things like that happen because we all have people who count on us for little things, and that don't need to. I just don't think we need to always leave the table for it.
Ms. Coelho?
So if you have to pee, you're not going to leave the table to go pee?
Well, if I could, Madam President.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Since Ms. Robinson mentioned the meeting where I got up and left, and one of my colleagues wasn't happy with it, was the meeting. It was a meeting at which we were discussing, debating, and eventually voting on who we were going to select as the next superintendent. What I did, my mistake was I had to go to the bathroom, and I didn't want to slow down the meeting or interrupt people, so I got up and left. But in so doing, I wasn't listening to my colleague. I should have, in that instance, requested a brief recess. That was somewhat unusual because we only have those meetings once in a long time, right? I mean, that was a singular issue. Most of the time, if you've got to step away briefly during a meeting for something personal, it's gonna be okay. But so anyway, and I guess if we're in one of those very sensitive moments in a meeting where something is being really discussed in a way that a member is trying to articulate their position and maybe sway colleagues on an issue, maybe then, my example is one where one of us should just ask for that brief recess to do so.
Ms. Frost, was your hand going up?
No, thank you, but thank you.
Okay. It was. I saw it going up. I'm just going to, that's all. I'm not going to.
No, I just, this is why I'm kind of looking forward to June 30th, because if I have to go to the bathroom, I have to go to the bathroom. And I had no idea it was unprofessional. Like if I didn't know that, and if I see that my mom's sick, I didn't know it would be unprofessional. So I'm feeling like a little, these are my feelings. I'm not saying they're real, but I understand, and yes, I want to be present, and no, I don't want to text, and I don't want to hear from anybody while I'm doing this. But I also don't want to get yelled at if there's an emergency. I'm not being that's what I'm afraid of, is I would never do anything to be disrespectful to the body. And I kind of was, yeah, no, don't take a phone call. That's gross. Like, I get that. That's tacky. That's poor taste. I totally agree. And I don't think I hope that's not what we're talking about. It's just knowing when and how to leave. That's something that I need to learn how to do, and it's probably not appropriate for a policy or an agreement. It's something that I will learn on June 30th.
Ms. Lennox.
Just like from this side of the table, if we do have to leave, I feel like it's somewhat disruptive. Like where you are, you would have to move your seat for us to get up.
We have a weird setup going on right now, especially because of the black table. You shouldn't normally have to squeeze past this little space, but I turned my table so I can see you guys.
I think we
So
always have to
I'm going to move the question. I'm going to, before I move the question, repeat. I believe I was very explicit. For those of you who have children or family members that you have to take care of, I am 1000% understanding that you put your phone on there. If it lights up and it's somebody that you need to take the call, by all means, pick up your phone. If you want to ask for a recess because somebody's saying something important that you don't want to miss, please ask for a recess. We all get paid to be here. my children are no longer young, but it wasn't that long ago. And I understand that we have other commitments and we have this commitment as well. And we have spent so much time on this for these really odd, every once in a blue moon, and we have a contingency plan for when that blue moon happens to show up in the sky. Yes, Ms. Cahill, then Ms. Frost.
I think that I don't bring any electronics with me because I've understood this policy's been sort of something that's been going back and forth. But if you see like where you are, you can't see people's faces. And I was kidding with the mayor earlier and said, we need to change Cahill's seats because it hurts my neck. So like tonight at like 3 hours into a meeting, it hurts to look this way. So if there's something that's being presented, it would be far more advantageous to me to have a visual in front of me as opposed to trying to look this way. So
Bad news, I have some slides coming up.
Well, and you at that end of the table, I don't know how your vision is, but some of those small slides, I'm about 90% sure you can't see them either. So I think like when I look at people that are using computers, I'm looking at them as they're using them to enhance the meeting. Cell phones might be a little bit different, but I think that people that feel more comfortable reading it, I'm not a computer person. I'd rather print everything 9 times over. Please forgive me about the trees. But I really I have to see it in print.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I print stuff out so I don't have to always look at the screen except for slides.
And I appreciate that, and kind of like the mayor said, I believe that that's what's covered. It is absolutely, if you want to use your technology, I'm using a packet that Ms. Quill printed for me. I used to use my computer. I'm trying to model the behavior that I wish to see in others. There's also a ton of data coming out right now. I expect our district will swing with the pendulum back away from technology because there is a ton of data coming out about the science of learning, not just the science of reading, but the science of learning, and it works way better when your hand writes your notes and it connects with your brain. That said, who else did I call on? And I saw your hand next, but I believe I put Ms. Frost in second place.
This could be the inappropriate time to say it, but since we have a contingency plan and the language allows for computer use for school committee business, can I please make a motion to approve, or is this the wrong time to do that?
There's no wrong time, honey bunny.
Please make a motion to approve these operating protocols. Okay.
I don't believe she made a motion. I don't believe we had a second. Did we have a second on that motion? I didn't write anything down. Will you want to make a motion, Ms. Robinson, to amend?
I would like to make a motion to amend it to what I read to the group.
Does anybody want to second Ms. Robinson's motion?
I'll second it. Could you read it again? Sorry, I don't.
Certainly. Hold on.
May I ask? Are you looking to replace this whole paragraph with that language or somehow insert it in somewhere?
I wrote it to replace it, just to make it shorter.
Okay.
But I feel like it had the same, a lot, like what you said, when you said it had the same meaning. I just wanted it to be tighter when I revised it.
That's your goal. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. I'll listen. Thanks.
So members should exercise professional judgment in their use of electronic devices during meetings, ensuring that such use does not interfere with their ability to remain attentive, engaged, and fully present in committee discussions. Members should also remain mindful that electronic communications created during meetings may constitute public records and be subject to the open meeting law.
I second your motion.
Any questions, any further comments on the amendment that's before us? All those in favor of that amendment, please vote. Please raise your hand if you're in favor of changing the language per Ms. Robinson's amendment. All those opposed? That fails 2-7. Ms. Frost, I believe you wish to move the question. You want us to vote on the whole thing now?
Yes, please. May I please make a motion to approve the Beverly School Committee Superintendent Operating Protocols?
I believe that motion's already on the table, and so when we want to stop talking about something and
Okay.
move it, the language
I
is move the
apologize.
question.
May I
No,
please
this
move
is
the
a
question?
great learning opportunity for all of us. Because I said a couple of minutes ago I wanted to move the question, but that's kind of rude as the chair, so I didn't. I said I wanted to. So your choice is, you're asking to move the question.
Yes, please.
That means discussion ends. All those in favor of the norms and protocols? All those opposed? Mr. Taylor, are you abstaining?
No, you were going to recognize me, and you did not.
Because she moved the question. So are you abstaining? How would you like to go in the books?
I would like to make a statement, but, so I guess whatever you call that. I think the question on the table is whether we move the motion.
Mayor Mike, yes, please.
So when somebody moves the question, that's the end. It's not something that we vote on. I think generally we don't move the question around, in these meetings. I think the fact that it's 10:04 and this is way too long an agenda in a month when I think we're going to have a total of 6 gatherings, 5 meetings and a training, I think we're all feeling it, Mr. Taylor. So I appreciate your grace.
Then my vote is affirmative.
Okay, thank you. In our packets, we have for a second reading 3 different policies. The first policy is JP, John Peter. Student gifts and solicitations. I'm looking for a motion to pass that policy.
Second.
Who seconded? Ms. Robinson. Any questions on this particular policy? All those in favor? Any opposed? 9-0. Second policy, KBE, Kathy, Betty, Edgar, relations with caregiver/booster organizations. Looking for a motion.
So moved.
Second. Thank you, Ms. Cahill. Thank you, Ms. Ducharme. Any comments, questions on this particular policy? All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes 9-0. Next policy, KHB, Kim, Harry, Betty. Advertising in the schools.
You're lucky Mr. Manzo's not here.
I know, right? I'd be getting in trouble for not using the correct letters. Any questions or comments on this particular policy? All those in favor? Any opposed? Did I?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Cahill. All those in favor? Any opposed? 9-0. Mr. Cushing, can you put my slides up?
Yes, I can. I just gotta find them.
She warned you.
She did.
I did, but I'm bringing you a handout so you don't need to look, really. I told you guys a while ago we're going to have to do a superintendent eval before the end of the school year, and it is that time. Just say. They're all the same.
I just don't want to write it out.
So my slides basically, oh, right, you can't hear me if I'm doing this, right? I'm coming back. My slides basically go through a timeline of when the previous committee was first presented with the superintendent goals, when the meeting where we voted on those goals, If any of you want to go back and as if reading the entry plan isn't a cure enough for insomnia, you could watch the old meeting where we talked about his goals and we voted on them. And so there is I can mail out this packet, but basically there are 5 steps in a superintendent process, and we are on step number 5. Next slide. So here's kind of some of the things that you may or may not remember, or you maybe were not at this table for, including the fact that back in October of 2025, we voted on the goals, and the artifacts for that meeting, we have both meeting minutes and the BevCam recording. Thank you, BevCam. All y'all, well, we all got elected in November. The end of December, we all had somebody come in and talk to us. There were some discussions about the eval during that training session that we had. Everybody who's new, hopefully you've already taken the MASC charting the course. If you haven't, you really have to. There's a law that says you have to do it within the first year of serving your term. MASC has a whole bunch of resources, and we've heard from the superintendent on several different occasions, and I've taken some of his slides and reproduced them in this deck. And on May 3rd, I gave you all an email with an example from a previous year and a previous superintendent. Okay, go, next slide. So these are the 4 goals that were approved by the previous committee. Next slide. I'm not gonna go through each of these, but you guys will have them for reference. So goal 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, the superintendent only needed to give us 3 goals. He gave us a 4th. It was a bonus. You'll see in some of the documentation that I've used the word bonus. And so what I have done on the paper packet that I just gave you is I've taken these goals. Can I have the next slide, please? So DESE has these things called focus indicators, and these 2 were approved by the previous committee, and I've taken those focus indicators and put them on the DESE form. Next slide, please. If you scan this QR code, you'll get to some resources, including the descriptions of each of those little letters that were on the previous slide that had some green on it. And I apologize if anybody's colorblind. The previous slide was green. Next slide. And so here's the top of the form you're currently looking at. The very first page, page 1 of 10, that is in your hands. This is just a screenshot of the very top of that form where it lists the 4 goals of the superintendent. As you go through the form, I almost think it's backwards, but I don't particularly appreciate the way DESE has laid out this form. You get to rate the superintendent on each of his goals. If you give anything other than proficient, you must provide comments. And so can I go to the next slide, please? So we get into a section where we're going to talk about those indicators. So things like 2, Roman numerals, 2B, or not 2B, 3C. And for each of those indicators, those descriptors, you go back to what his goals were. He will give us evidence, and you compare the evidence to what was written down as the goal, and then you pick one of these columns. And like I said, if you rate anything other than proficient, there is a comment section after each of the rating sections. So you pick a value only for, can I have the next slide, please? Only for the ones that have yellow. Those are the only indicators that the previous group voted to, quote unquote, accept and then evaluate upon. Yes, Ms. Coelho.
Am I wrong in remembering that I thought it was anything less than proficient? So it would be proficient or exemplary, but anything less than proficient is when you had to write out?
Somewhere in the thing that I was preparing today said anything other than proficient, you have to put a comment. You have to kind of support your rating. Because the expectation. No. All right, next slide, please. All right, so here's our timeline. Tonight, you're getting this form from me. You're getting this slide deck. You have the references to the older materials. In 1 week from today, on Wednesday, June 17th, we will get additional updated evidence from Dr. Cushing. You will then have 4 days, Thursday, June 18th, Friday, June 19th, Saturday, June 20th, Sunday, June 21st, to fill out the form for those 6 indicators. There's only 6 indicators for which you need to compare the evidence to that descriptor and say 1 of 4 ratings. Then you're going to return your paper copy, what you have in front of you that I just handed to you. You put your name on the top, you put those little ratings, you're going to return that to Ms. Quill, because we then aggregate our scores. So if 8 of us give exemplary and 1 person gives needs improvement, the aggregate scores are exemplary. All right, that's how it works. We as a body evaluate him. We do not really evaluate him as individuals. Our individual scores all go into a composite score. And we will then deliver those aggregated scores. We'll talk about them. He'll get the report, and I'll talk about the scores at our meeting on Wednesday, June 24th. Ms. Ducharme, did you have your hand up?
I had a question. So first time around, I'm looking at page 4 of 10 of what you printed out. And you have highlighted, and on a previous slide, thank you for, I'm looking forward to reading this. Thank you. So you have 1B and 1D highlighted, but on page 4, under instructional leadership, you only have B highlighted. So are we supposed to just do 1B, or are we also doing 1D?
It's on the next page. Sorry, I couldn't make the page break correctly.
I'm sorry. It's because I'm paper clipped. Thank you, Ms. Frost. Thank you, thank you. That answers my question.
The yellow is your friend.
Got it.
Look for yellow.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor Mike.
Madam President, it says upcoming meetings 6:17 and 6:24, but the 6:17 is not a meeting, it's just delivery of the materials into our inboxes?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Appreciate
Yeah, Wednesday, the 17th, you will get updated evidence from, where does it say meeting?
In the written meeting agenda.
Oh.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh, my
I'm
bad.
Happy to hear.
Actually, we're not on that item yet. We're still on superintendent evaluation. Oh, I see that it's in there. Okay, my bad. That's the night that we're presenting, that the schools are presenting to the school budget to the city council? How do we say that? That's the night.
City council's budget hearing on the school budget.
Yes, thank you. So that's why I put that on there as upcoming meeting, sorry. But really, yeah, I boogered that up in my presentation of what information I was putting on this. I'll also say that yes. So I think policy is meeting that night, 6:17. So I think Dr. Cushing and I will be at the city council meeting. Okay. Yes, Ms. Robinson.
When do we change from electronic to paper copies?
This year, because I had people concerned that we were having open meeting violations because people were changing the single Google Doc instead of making a copy, putting their own name on it, and then uploading the document to Donna. Yes, Mr. Taylor.
To me.
So do we have to return this paper copy to Ms. Quill?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So if we work and aren't here at the same time that Ms. Quill does that, how do we do that?
Put it in a sealed envelope and put it in my mailbox. Yes, Ms. Robinson?
I guess I'm just a little surprised because DESE, I mean, this is a very different way than most evaluations take place.
It's the same exact form. It's just on paper instead of on a computer.
Right, but can we have, I'd like to ask if we could have a choice of how we do that. I wasn't aware of what happened in the past, but it's just more efficient for people to type it. It's more efficient for me to type this, and
So then I would suggest you go on the DESE website and download your own form and type it in and then print it out and hand a printed copy to her. If you want to type, you can type. If anybody else wants to type, they can type. I am moving away from the Google Doc. It has been a problem previously. It was a problem with this body. Somebody at this table right now mentioned at the open meeting law training with the city solicitor, can we do X? And the answer was no, we cannot do that. There is a risk of doing that X when we all go to a shared Google Doc. So we're not going to a shared Google Doc. That's all.
we can force a copy. You can force a copy on a Google Doc.
Ms. Robinson, at the risk of embarrassing you, you're one of the people who put your file up there for everybody else to see. That is not able, that makes an open meeting law violation. At least 1 year in the past, you've done that. We're not doing that anymore. If you want to go get a copy and download it and type your stuff in, please do.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
For those of us who have done this process before, if you have more questions, you have Alicia from MASC, you have the DESE website, you're going to have all of these assets, and I hesitate to say phone a friend. You absolutely can call me. You're not supposed to talk amongst yourselves. This is your evaluation of the superintendent. Okay, school committee reports. Ms. Coelho, do you want me to call your votes? Sure. Are you going to give us a quick report after I call your votes?
Yes.
The Standing Committee on Finance.
Your mic.
Yep, thanks. The Standing Committee on Finance and Facilities has gifts to school acceptance in the amount of $1,250. Do I have a motion?
I move approval.
Any comments or questions before we accept with gratitude the $1,250 in gifts to schools? All those in favor? Any opposed? 9-0.
Motion passes. The Standing Committee on Finance and Facilities has grants acceptance in the amount of $20,311.
Yep. Motion.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Cahill. Thank you, Ms. Ducharme. Any questions on the grants? All those in favor? Ms. Coelho, are you in favor?
Yep.
Thank you. That passes 9-0.
No, that's not it. The Standing Committee on Finance and Facilities has a new student activity account is up for approval. Beverly High School Art Department.
Looking for a motion.
So
Mr.
moved.
Taylor, thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Ducharme. Any questions, comments? All those in favor? Any opposed? 9-0.
Outstanding.
Oh, I'm doing that for you while you do your thing. We'll trade this
I
time.
have it over. I've been doing it.
I should have said that earlier, sorry.
You were killing it.
Listen, I'm flying right through it. Like a bee. Got it. Standing Committee on Finance and Facilities has a budget transfer, 1267. Available funds transfer for utilities.
How about 1262, 1262?
Oh, yeah, 1262. I read the wrong line. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Cahill. Thank you, Ms. Ducharme. Any questions on this budget transfer? All those in favor? Any opposed? 9-0.
Motion passes.
You guys were busy.
Standing Committee on Finance and Facilities has a policy up for a vote. DIE, audits. There's nothing changed on this.
So in which case we are, there's a language that I'm supposed to say. We are just marking it as reviewed.
Yeah, marking it as reviewed.
Can I have a motion for that? Ms. Ducharme, thank you. Second? Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Any comments, questions? All those in favor? Any opposed? 9-0.
Hold on, these papers are out of order.
Public's right to know.
Okay.
KDB.
No, the DIE. Okay. Standing Committee on Finance and Facilities has policy KDB, public right to know, for approval.
I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Ducharme. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Frost. Comments, questions? All those in favor? Any opposed? Passes 9-0.
As long as you have them in there, because there's nothing else in there.
I got all your notes.
Standing Committee on Finance and Facilities has policies up for a second read and vote. EBAB, pest management policies.
I move approval.
Thank you, Mayor.
Second.
Thank you, Lindsay. Ms. Ducharme. Any comments, questions? All those in favor? Any opposed? Passes 9-0. Two-pager.
Standing Committee on Finance and Facilities has summer school policy, IHCA, up for approval.
That's Lindsay's. You're off by a line.
Oh,
You're
I'm
in
off for a
A.
line.
You got this.
Yep, I'm off for a line, sorry. It's my glasses. ADF, School District Wellness Policy.
I move to approve. Oh, second.
Okay, thank you, you two.
Sorry, I was just trying to help you.
Way to be polite with each other. Any questions, comments? All those in favor? Any opposed? Passes 9-0. I believe your next meeting in 2 weeks.
Yes,
Do you think that?
I believe so.
I think so too.
I think we have one more meeting.
I think so too. Okay. Ms. Ducharme, CISL.
Thank you. I'll try to make it quick because I know it's late. I would encourage everybody to watch the video from earlier tonight because Ms. Brown and all the building principals did a really great job highlighting really what kind of district improvement updates. I think I couldn't do it justice to try to summarize it right now, but it was just truly wonderful to hear from all the building leaders to highlight things that they've recognized that maybe they could do a little bit better, but also to give updates on things that they've been working on. I do have two policies for a second read. IHBH, Alternative School Programs.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Coelho. Thank you, Mayor Mike. Cahill, Mayor, sorry, it's very late. Any questions on this one? All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes 9-0.
I do have another one, IHCA, with one small adjustment coming out of the Standing Subcommittee for Curriculum Instruction and Student Life. On this policy, we still make reference to Briscoe Middle School, so the proposal is to just update that to Beverly Middle School and keep the remaining language the same.
I move approval.
Second.
Any comments or questions? So we're approving it as amended with the change from Briscoe to Beverly. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes 9-0. Mr. Mayor Mike, you made that motion, right? Who was my second on that one? I'm sorry.
Me. I have it
Okay,
written
thank
down.
you. Okay, great. We already did the student handbook, right?
We did, yeah.
All right. And do you have any more meetings planned for this year?
I think we had our last one. Oh, sorry, I lost my mic. Thank you. I think we just had our last one, actually. I know we had our last one.
Fantastic. Okay, that brings us to the negotiation subcommittee. I am elated to report that we have, I'll call it a verbal agreement with 2 of the 4 AFSCME units that are currently, with whom we're currently negotiating. I would hope, although I don't think, the union rep is out of the country on vacation, so I don't know that by the time we have our next meeting that we'll have the actual contracts for all of us to sign. But we don't have any more sessions with those 2. Those 2 are the clerks / admin assistants and the cafeteria workers. Good news, bad news, we're not yet finished with the crossing guards, although I think that we're in a good place, and we're just starting, unfortunately, with transportation, so we'll be negotiating in the month of July, because why wouldn't we want to do that? Policy Review Committee.
That would be us. We presented the new AI, or the potential policy on AI, whatever that is. Deepfake. Well, yeah. So it should have been in everybody's packet. We're hoping that we can put that before the committee. I don't know. What do we do now?
Right, so this is a first reading. I would encourage everybody to give it a read, to really think about it. Ms. Ducharme has kind of put on Dr. Cushing's lap the question of, would he be happy with it? Does he think that it's fitting? Does it need adjustments? So I think we all have a little bit of action item. The second reading, we do have one more meeting on our calendar, 2 weeks from tonight, and we can do a second reading. Ideally, if you have something that you think you want amended, please bring the language. I would emphasize, I want this on the books before the end of the school year. We need to be proactive with this. Any given day in the news, we see that somebody's dealing with an issue with this. I don't want to be in a spot where we're going to be reactive. I want to be proactive, so I want to have it on the books. All right, we are not having, okay, here we go. Communications from school committee members. I will ask that if you have some, that you be brief. Yes, Ms. Robinson.
So I attended the CPAC meeting on Monday night. I think it was Monday night, or maybe it was last night. I don't know. So members were asking about when there'll be another meeting. And I apologize, I'm in the group. I never can get the acronym BTSS. Yeah, there's lots of letters. And from what I understand, we need to decide on who is doing the audit, but members were just saying how important it is to get the work started regardless of the audit, or who's doing it, and so that was the major thing that I took out of that. I also received a few emails from, I got an email about teachers leaving and are we doing exit interviews? I got an email about, obviously, I'm sure lots of us got emails about concerns about the budget that we presented versus what was presented to the city council. And yeah, and I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Taylor, I saw your hand.
I always have communications, and I want to thank our Beverly Public School children, especially in Ward 6. They recently attended or brought their annual dogs for those who prefer dogs as their comfort animals instead of those with beaks, as was shared by one of our speakers. Our elementary kids brought their dogs. They had prizes for most patriotic dog and most well-groomed dog. Our middle schoolers volunteered to be judges, and some of our high schoolers volunteered to scoop ice cream at the event, including this member's ice cream sundae. So I appreciated that they did that, and that was at the Beverly Farms branch of the Beverly Public Library. If people want to view pics of this fantastic event, they can do so at my Facebook page. Thank you.
Looking around the room. All right, I will say very quickly, the REACH, if you haven't ever been to the high school REACH presentations, it's a wonderful thing to do. Maybe put it on your calendar for next year. So I hit that very quickly. I know, Dr. Cushing, you were there as well. Appreciate everybody at this table who came to graduation. It also is a wonderful thing. Think about attending if you haven't or if you didn't. There is a bike and walk safety group at the city level that has been working with the schools to try to do audits, and we can expect their report sometime this summer or early fall. And tomorrow, one of those really great things, almost like having Bev Ed here, tomorrow the Rotary is having the lunch where they recognize the 6 children who got $5,000 scholarships each. So for a total of $30,000, a wonderful gift from the Rotary. That lunch is tomorrow, and some of our school administrators will be there, and some of us who are Rotarians will be there, and some of us who are Rotarians won't be there. No executive session this evening. Motion to adjourn, please. It is 10:35. Thank you.